My mic volume is
I
good.
will.
I don't
All
know.
right.
I don't know if you can.
Welcome back to Gauntlet, Week 10. Joined by Dante as always. And in front of us, we're going to have Fomtillery on the Ira and Vlasta on the Boost Dash. Vlasta always playing Boost Dash in our events. We were talking about it's like kind of a. It's, it's definitely been a bummer that we haven't been able to get him, so we get him on round one. But Dante, I'm going to go ahead and update these names, make sure we don't have any technical issues. And why don't you talk while I do that?
Yep, he does love his dash deck. We've seen it. We've seen it a couple times. So we'll see how he plays it out here. Looks like Mr. Fomtoolery has opted to use the Zephyr Needle in this matchup, which I think is a good idea. It's very unlikely that the dash player is running any defense reactions because the strategy is basically just go as fast as you can, and I don't think they run any non-mechanologist cards in their deck. So we'll see how they end up playing here. It looks like he's just loading the gun, shooting it, giving it go again with the chamber, and then he'll probably follow up with another attack here that I'd imagine Fomtooler is probably going to end up blocking.
Yeah, for sure on turn zero. I'm interested to see.
Sigil, okay.
Oh wow, Sigil turn one. Okay, or turn
Pretty
zero
good.
actually, not bad. Turn Dante. Okay, Dante, I gotta turn you up a bit because you're doing the Dante mumble, the classic.
I told you to turn me up before we started.
I edged at 180%. Just had to bump you up to 200.
Well, hopefully that's good. If not, I'll turn myself up from my end as well.
For sure. So Dante, as an Ira player, what are you thinking when you sit across the table from a mech player? Are you expecting the boost dash? Are you expecting to fatigue them out because they are going to be boosting, right, thinning their deck? What's the general strategy? Obviously, Flick Flack is probably kind of an all-star here, right?
Yeah, that's basically what you're looking for. It's just a flick flack to stop one of their plays. They're a very aggressive deck, but you're like as Ira, you're also a very aggressive deck. So if you're able to get a flick flack and just stop one of their big turns and still have something to come back with, you're usually looking pretty good. So I'd imagine that if I'm Bomb Tooler here, I'm probably just looking to arsenal a flick flack after this turn if I have one in my hand so that I can kind of shut down my opponent's next turn and then come back. But it's a delicate balance of taking damage and also dishing it out, and knowing when the time to like pivot momentum is.
For sure. I'm just fixing some technical issues on my end with my camera. While I do that, I'm gonna let you take it over.
Sure, yeah. So looks like Bomb Tooler is coming with a Hurricane technique. Does end up hitting it, looks like. I'd imagine that Vlasta probably just wants to keep his full hand so that he can come back strong. Um, I'd imagine he's probably going to be attacking at least 3 times and shooting the gun a couple times this turn as well, which is going to be a lot of damage for Mr. Fomtooler to deal with. So we'll see how it starts. It looks like a red high speed impact.
Yeah, boost and hit.
Obviously. I don't think the boost will ever miss in this deck, to be honest with you. I don't think it happens. So yeah, the red high speed impact, obviously the boost is hitting off that.
Next attack gains dominate, right? If it hits, that's the on hit trigger.
Yeah, exactly. So it comes in for 4 damage, which is already kind of tough to block. And the next attack hits dominate. It looks like Mr. Fomtoolery didn't actually arsenal anything after his last turn, so he must have not had much. He probably drew into that blue flick flack, I'm guessing.
Bunch of blues, I assume,
he's
right?
playing it here, make sure that the next thing doesn't get dominate. Ooh, he's gonna debate him with the pistol, and now probably come in with something bigger that he didn't want to get flick flack. That was a good play by Blast. A good little heads up play to get the flick flack block out from his opponent.
Ooh, there's a Command and Conquer. You said no.
Ooh,
You said no whiffs.
CNC. I thought so, but I was wrong about that one. I don't know what color the zipper hit is. If it's red, it's coming in for 5, yellow 4, blue 3. It looks like it was the
yellow
red one.
Hmm?
Yellow? 19, 20, 20.
Yellow
Yellow one? Yeah, just kidding.
Yeah.
You got it.
There you go.
I can't
Big
do
math.
So yeah, it looks like it was the yellow one. Definitely not a bad attack to hit. Fomtoolery only has 1 card left in his hand. Based on the cards that he's been blocking with this turn,
It's probably blue, eh?
I'd be willing to guess it's a blue. So we'll see if he ends up blocking with it here. It looks like Vlasta used the boots to shoot the gun. The boots give him another action point to be able to play with. I don't know if I would have used the boots like that. I think I might have just allowed him to swing back with the Kadachi, since that's likely all he's going to be able to do this turn. Um, and then
There
maybe
it is.
Arsenal that last card in my hand. But we'll
Confirmed on the
see.
quad blues here, by the way.
Yeah, the quad blue hand is not great, and you know a quad red hand is coming soon after,
Yeah.
so
So as the
it's
Ira
never
player, do
fun.
you like the quad blue or the quad red hand?
I prefer the quad blue hand, obviously. The quad red hand is the worst. That's like the ultra brick, unless you quad red into, I don't know,
Double E strike.
leg tap and an E strike or something like that. Then you can still leg tap into E strike for 8.
This would be throttle for
Not bad as a quad
yeah,
red.
throttle for 6 here with go again. So no small
Yep.
amount of damage coming at this Ira player. Um, Most like, I mean, obviously wasn't able to park anything effective into his arsenal, so he's not going to have that flick flack again unless it comes from hand. In which case, we will see 2 cards. Definitely contributed to this chain link.
Yep. I think here I'm just trying to, uh, depending on what your hand is, obviously, but general game plan would probably be to mitigate as much damage as you can. You don't necessarily need to go on the offensive. I don't think that 14 is really in lethal range without a 5 card hand to be able to play with. So you're kind of just blocking and then chipping away for some damage, kind of getting cards out of your opponent's hand with the needle coming in. And just trying to follow that game plan until you're able to get a flick flack into arsenal and then use it effectively to kind of swing the momentum for yourself.
Yeah,
Um,
the flick flack is huge. I was like, I'm thinking about that. I mean, he's got that Gauntlet on the dash player side. Maybe a nice command and conquer for 8 if he doesn't banish the next one. I want to see Vlasta pull off the maximum velocity. I've seen it every single time I've seen him on camera. I've seen him banish it. I've like literally never seen it played. I've actually never even had it played against me. So I'm really hoping we can see one this game.
Well, as someone who has had it played against them, I can tell you it is not fun seeing them flip it from the arsenal and being like, yeah, and then 10. And you're like, oh, okay, I have no cards to block with, so I guess I'll just take 10 here. It's not fun. So I think that you're going to want to not put yourself in that situation. That being said, I don't know if it's coming this turn. It might be in his arsenal right now, but I don't think this is the turn that he'd be able to play it out
Ooh,
because he
wow,
only
took
has
6.
one other card in his hand. But yeah, it
Interesting.
looks like he'll be taking the full 6 here, and then I'd imagine.
So
Oop,
maybe,
nope, never mind. Just kidding.
yeah.
He's just gonna load the gun and shoot it
You think we're gonna
twice.
see a Snapdragon out of the Ira then? If you take 6 there, like no blocks, does make me think that Tunic is coming up. It looks like kind of a Snapdragon to flying kick or like a Command and Conquer. Some sort of big swing turn by the Iras seems to be coming up.
Yeah, there could definitely be a huge turn here, especially if he's willing to take all this damage. If he blocked the throttle, then it would have been pretty clear that again, he doesn't have much, and he's playing toward that just chip away game plan. But I mean, if he's committed to taking this damage, yep, and he is.
Yeah.
I can't see this not being an enormous turn with the Snapdragons being used.
Yep. There's the Tunic up to 3.
Yep, Tunic's up to 3. That's everything you need.
Yeah.
And a blue in hand. Let's go. So we'll see what he goes here. He's going to start with the Kadachi. Pretty standard. Sometimes you want to start with like a leg tap or something like that, depending on how many resource you have. But we'll start with the Kadachi here.
I think that's
Up to
it's a heads up block because I think the mask is going to be a serious threat this turn.
Yep,
so I think it's a good
for
block
sure.
by Vlasta there, just recognizing that the Ira player didn't block that turn, has the Tunic on 3, like you're going to see quite a big chain this turn.
Yep, exactly. So we'll see what else ends up coming out here. He does take the needle for 3. Usually that's the block because you're able to pretty efficiently block it with just 1 card from hand. Mask is still off at this point, so there's not really too much to worry about. But it looks like Mr. Fom Tuller is going to come in here with something that costs 1, so probably a Pounding Gale or a Torrent of Tempo or something along those lines. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe it'll be something else.
I would be slightly surprised if we don't see a flying kick this turn, but there's like Pounding Gale into E strike. I mean, there's so many different things here when utilizing the Snapdragon skillers. Like, I
Yep,
feel
exactly.
like potentially Vlasa didn't want to block very much this turn. That's why he decided to break the mask. Essentially with this hood. But with that said, I think that FAB is going to Snapdragon this and then come in with a lethal threat after.
So yeah, if he's able to take this damage and FAB isn't able to come in for lethal, then it's... I mean, it won't be looking too good for FAB, that's for sure. Vlasta will definitely have the upper hand here. But I don't really see a situation where... okay, so we're going to block with... we're just going to keep the armor blocks here. He will have a 5-card hand if he's able to live, so... going to use both the breaking scales and the Snapdragon scalers. Give it 1 additional damage.
Down to 7, so E-Strike is lethal, Flying Kick is lethal. A lot of stuff that's going to demand a card out of hand.
My guess is probably Flying Kick here. Oh no, E-Strike, okay.
Yeah,
so that's why he kept all those cards in his hand then. Makes sense.
The Tunic was just coincidental at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to double block. Okay. So we see a high...
double blocks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Goes to 6. We see double high octane there, so...
Blocked with, yeah. It's so sad. You hate to see it.
Could have been our turn.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have preferred to keep the... I don't know. It's tough to say, but maybe keep 1 high octane in hand, and then you can play it out, refresh the card that you lose from playing it out. Because now you're in a pretty bad spot where you can't really come in for all that much damage. Probably nothing that you're going to be attacking with is going to be lethal, unless this is like a gun, give it go again, and then maybe break the Crater Fist and play a CNC.
Yeah, 8. I mean, even if he presents lethal, like usually Ira can block with 2 cards from hand and still come in for amount of damage it's going to make the dash play very uncomfortable.
Interesting that he chose to block with the leg tap.
Yep.
I'm going to throw in the mask in front of that instead.
Assume it's a very red hand in that case, right? If we block with the leg tap. Yep, CNC for 8, like we talked about. But I assume his hand must be very red to block with the leg tap. Seems like a pretty premium card, especially at the opponent having a life total of 6 here. Coming in with it for 4 or 5 is just awkward block values.
I agree. I mean, we'll end up seeing what's in his hand here, but this might have been that all red hand I was talking about after drawing into the all blue hand. So it would be unfortunate. The all red hands are like what you really do not want to see as an Ira player. The all blue hands suck, but they're not the end of the world. The all red hands are kind of the end of the world. So even with the all red hand, though, I don't know. Sometimes I prefer to keep the leg tap because it allows me to pitch to play it out. And then pitch and maybe use my needle or something like that. Just because it has that inherent go again. So we'll see how he chooses to block here. He doesn't have anything in his arsenal to really be worried about. So at this point, it's just damage. Unless he has like 3 Flick Flacks in hand, that would suck.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the Tunic, so like if this is a full red hand, does sort of mitigate that resources is going to be lacking on this following turn. Command and Conquer for 8 only representing damage at this time. So it's not like going to take a card out of arsenal. But
yep, that's why I would have preferred to hold on to the leg tap though, because I can start my combo with pay off Tunic, play leg tap, and then pitch some other card in my hand and play another card in my hand.
Interesting. I wonder if it's another E-Strike.
Block with the armor here, so
yeah, that makes me think. That makes me think of E-Strike. To be honest, like valuing
he's keeping 3 cards in hand. Yeah,
valuing the number of cards when we had like a Tunic on 3 at that point. But we'll see. So we do have the blue.
Oh, it's an E-Strike for sure.
Yeah, it really looks like an E-Strike.
Yeah. It's either an E-Strike or maybe like a Flying Kick or something that he would... Well, if it was a Flying Kick,
keep the Tunic and
block with the Tunic.
Yeah.
So
you'd keep
I think you're right. I think this is an E-Strike here.
Which is going to be pretty good. So Vlasta...
Yeah, that's going to put him in a range where he's really forced to block. So
demand 2 cards. But the pistols are lethal at this point, which is kind of a pain. Then again, this could not... If this is not E-Strike, it just means the other card is Flick Flack, but it is E-Strike, like we said. So it did opt to keep, the number of cards in his hand to preserve his... Rather than, blocking to preserve his life total, use the armor.
Yep, exactly. He probably just chose to block with the leg tap there because it was a 2 block from his hand. so he's not wasting any block value on the gun in case he does need to block any larger attacks, basically. So we'll see how.
Yeah, it's either a double block or a
decides to
single
block this here.
Yeah, double block or single
A
block.
single block would leave him at 1, which puts you in Kadachi range, which is no bueno.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's gonna block with 1 plus the heart.
Yeah, got it too.
Still not a great spot to be in, but with FAM Toolery only at 2.
No arsenal as well.
Obviously no arsenal. Yeah, it's not a bad spot to be in, especially because you can just pitch a blue basically. Oh, and a 0 to 60 to start off with.
Red 0 to 60 boost hits.
Pretty good. So that's 4 damage. You're probably just gonna throw 1 card in front of this and take 1.
You have to,
right? Go to 1 and then yeah. The issue is that if he still has a blue in his hand, he can shoot the gun twice, which will be super annoying. Then the Ira can come back and it would be like a Kadachi needle or something like that. But
yep, and he would take the Kadachi and block the needle. Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's looking pretty rough for Mr. FAM Toolery here. But I mean, we'll see. It could be like a red in hand or something like that, or even a yellow. Anything that's not blue in his hand right now is pretty bad. So we'll have to see what it ends up being.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's something like another 0 to 60, then he just takes 3 cards anyway, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
I think what you want to avoid is getting 4 cards. Has he
played the other red 0 to 60? Oh, it was a zipper hit that he played. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't thinking. Even if it's a yellow, actually, he can use the heart to put 2 cards off the top and still gain another resource. So.
I think getting 3 cards here is a win, and getting all 4 is just massive. So looks like we do have, I guess that's a yellow, and then we're gonna swing.
I think it's a blue.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a blue.
Yep, you're correct. It's blue. So we're gonna take 3 cards from the Ira. It looks like it is a red hand. I see the blue crane dance in hand. So we are gonna be able to go swing with Kadachi, and then swing with Needle, which Vlasta will block with 1 card, and see if Vlasta can close it out on the next turn.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm wondering what's in his arsenal.
Me too.
If it was something that costs 1, if it's like a zipper hit or something, then he could have used the heart there to get the extra resource, and then play whatever that card is in his arsenal before shooting the last gunshot. Would have gotten all the cards out of his opponent's hand. Okay. Maybe even ended the game actually.
Locked and loaded.
But yeah, just get rid of the useless locked and loaded that you're never gonna use.
It's gonna be great. I mean, I want to see this Dash pick up a win. I like FAM Toolery, but I want to see Dash pick up a win over Ira. It's got to be a tough matchup with these flick flacks, but that's a good way to start. It looks like a red zipper hit. So for 5,
looks like a red zipper hit.
So that's gonna demand
Definitely
2 cards.
We want to be seeing boost hits, and it makes the Foundry Heart live as well. So he's got an extra resource to play with, most likely, because I assume that now that both CNCs have been, one's been banished, one's been played, there are no non-mech cards left in his deck. That would be my guess anyway. I could be proven wrong pretty quickly.
It was FAM Toolery with the sigil, right? FAM Toolery played the sigil.
The sigil play against the Kano?
No, I mean, of course against the Kano, but again, in this game, turn 0 was
yeah.
So you may have a second. You may have a second, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So that could help him out with some of these awkward values like 4 and 5, and obviously these 2s are now lethal. But definitely going to demand a double block here. I'm really interested to see what's in this this Dash's arsenal. Okay.
Maybe it's like maximum velocity or something like that. Oh, yeah, blocked with 2. Pretty standard.
Okay, there we go.
Uses the Foundry Heart. There you go. Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Easy.
Gain
nice.
Resource.
Couple throttles. Back up to 3 resource. Yep. Loads the gun in the chamber. Shoot the gun.
So it just has to be something for 4, right? 4 or more?
Yeah, probably play something out of hand for 4.
Yeah.
It could be a 0 to 60. I don't know if we've seen both reds yet. It could be another zipper hit. Could be a lot of things. So we'll see what it ends up being here.
All right.
You're going to have to block with something.
I mean, you don't think
Check
if
the
it's
card in
flick?
front
I
of
was
it.
gonna say, I was like, if it's
Bet.
flick flack, it does change the
Oh,
math slightly.
sick.
Where I think
Okay.
he should just opt to swing with this pistol again and just
Yeah, I
maybe
think
ruin
so
it.
too. Just keep whatever's in your hand. Yep.
Unless he has a
And looks like
6.
he is.
Okay, so it does have the 0 to
Oh,
6.
it's a
Oh,
0
so
to
it's over.
60.
Yeah, 0 to 60
Oh,
it
yeah,
is.
so
There we
that
go. I forgot about the
boost
boost.
hits,
Yeah,
and then
boost
that's
hits,
it.
and we have
Luck with
pistol.
that, and let me
Nice.
shoot you again.
Nice,
Bam.
nice.
There you go. And our mech player picks up a win. Just what you wanted, Brendan. It's everything you've ever asked for.
It's literally like I'm fulfilled. But finally, yeah, we get Vlasta on stream, and he does pick up the win over the Ira. I'm sure it's gonna be one of the hardest matches for Dash. So big congrats.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, big congrats to Vlasta for starting strong in the FAB Gauntlet. One thing to note is, this week we do have, I think it's like 56 players or something around that. So we're actually running 6 rounds of Swiss and then a Costa top 8. But yeah, definitely the biggest tournament we've had to date. So super excited to see some new heroes, maybe some Bolton next round. I heard somebody's on Bolton.
I
With
heard one Michael Parancias might be playing, so we might have to get him on stream. We'll see.
Yep, for sure. So yeah, gonna take a quick break and then heading to round 2. Before we do, just gotta shout out Deck Edge. It's been our sponsor since the very beginning. We're on FAB Gauntlet week 10 now. So big shout out to Deck Edge for sticking with us all the way through there. He puts up all these prizes, 1 box to the winner, 1 box raffled to a random participant as well. He does have a Patreon. If you're able to get in, he sells at MSRP, or pretty close to it. So that's the place to go. If you're playing or you're collecting, Deck Edge Patreon is kind of like the golden egg that you want to get into. He does open spots specifically. Yeah, he opens spots specifically for FAB Gauntlet. So I recommend that if you're interested in this Patreon, hit him up with a DM and tell him you came from FAB Gauntlet. You might be able to sneak a spot for Kingdoms. With that, we'll take a quick break and see you round 2.
See you guys in a bit.
All right, and welcome back for round 2 of FAB Gauntlet Week 10. Today we have our previous week's champion. That's going to be Mike, but he is on Bolton this week. He won last week's tournament on Kano, and he's going to be facing off versus Viscerai. Dante, bring me into the mind. This is your fellow Canadian. This is the people's champion.
You know what to bring you into his mind? He
He's
told
not
me that he
happy.
wanted to play Kano this week because he wanted to win, and I said, you have to play something else. And he was like, okay, Bolton. He didn't actually say, okay, Bolton. He gave me a lot of whining and complaining about how Bolton, he didn't think he'd win on Bolton. But here he is, because I forced him into it. So we're spectating him now because we want to see some of the new heroes. And quite frankly, I think Mike's Bolton deck is really good. Now, that being said, I don't think he has tested it even once against Viscerai. I don't even think he knows what Viscerai does. Because you never see Viscerai.
Yeah.
So it might be a rough one for him.
It's okay. I can answer that question because as soon as I joined the room to bring him out to the stream channel, he goes, no, not this one. I don't even know what Viscerai does.
And there you go. So it's pretty clear that he has no clue what's going on here. As most Blitz players, nobody really knows what Viscerai does because he's not seen too frequently. But this is either one of those mid-range Viscerai decks that's aiming to get some attacks in, maybe pummel you a little bit, or it's going to be the OTK Viscerai,
Yeah.
and we'll
We do
see
see
pretty
Reaping
quick
Blade,
which
though.
one it is going to be.
Okay, so we do see red Oath of the Arc Knight, I think, and then a blue Read the Rune. So it makes me actually think that we're going to be seeing a mid-range build here.
I think
Still
mid-range too, just based on the Oath.
Yeah, but the Reaping Blade could always mean OTK. I think it's also played mid-range anyway. With that, it's just going to be go ahead and Runeblood Barrier, the least fun card in the game, and then pass over to Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
But Mike's going to be okay with this. He's going to charge his soul. That hit trigger probably will not go off because it will go into the Runeblood Barrier. With that said, Mike's got to play a bit of a slower game in the beginning, get his soul charged up, and then he goes to the bigger turns. Ooh, Courageous Steel Hand.
Looks like he's gonna Courageous Steel
Oh.
Hand. Is this? Are we sure that this is not the the OTK version?
Totally could be. Totally could be.
Look, just based on these 3 cards that I see on the board, it looks like it is. It is. So it looks like he's gonna give it go again and then come in with the Illuminate. Illuminate would end up dealing 4 damage, but it looks like he's going to block it and lose some rune chance instead, which I don't think Mike's too worried about. The issue with Mike's Bolton deck is that it's super duper aggressive and literally runs, I think it's like 3 blues or something.
There
like
we
that.
go. That's the Viscerai I know and
almost
love.
no way. Yeah, he's going to have like no way to be able to block the rune chant damage that's going to be coming in. What
Mordred.
are we on now? 6?
We're gonna be on 9. So
9?
the old
Oh
Mordred Tide, read the runes. Your turn, friend.
It might as well be 9 free damage, to be honest with you, because
Interested to see how Mike navigates this one.
cards are yellow. I think he's just gonna try and turn on the gas and never let up. He doesn't have any cards in his soul to be able to do that, unfortunately, but we'll see what he's able to do here. I guess a blue take flight is a good way to start. I'm surprised that he charged the Battlefield Blitz. Usually that's the card you want to be playing after take flight.
Yeah.
Usually it's take flight into Battlefield Blitz into a Raiden.
Raiden for 0. It costs 0, yeah. But we do have the Valiant
Go with
Thrust.
the Valiant Thrust instead, yeah.
Yeah, so the Battlefield Blitz would have been 8 damage. This is now 7. But he would have had to... No, he wouldn't have advantage on the Battlefield Blitz.
Battlefield Blitz is 5, I believe.
Yeah, so 5 plus the Raiden, right?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to get the if he charged the Valiant Thrust, it wouldn't have to come out of his soul basically, which would be nice.
Yep. So Viscerai does take some damage, down to 14.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it looks like he's on a very defensive of course.
Oof. Okay. They always have it, right?
Of course, right? I mean, it's the Viscerai special. What are you gonna do, right?
And what's funny is that Mike wanted to play Kano, right? So this would have been a free win for him,
yeah,
and now it's just
freebie, like the freest game of his entire life. And I'm sure that I'll get an earful about this as soon as this game is done.
Yeah.
About how I've basically ruined him.
Kano is pretty good into OTK Viscerai, I've heard, but we do see another reduce. So I think this is like reduce the rune chance. Gonna block this out. Another take flight.
Yeah, double take flight in a Raiden, not a bad turn,
The sink
but
below.
this has got to be an OTK
Oh
rune
yeah,
blade.
it
There's no
is.
way.
I believe it is OTK. Wow.
Yeah.
And we
So
are
his
up
opponent,
to
yeah, this
18.
literally would have been the freest win of all time for him if he played Kano. Like, there's no chance that OTK Runeblade beats Kano.
Ooh, nice.
Another read the runes, my God.
So
When you
now
got
on
it, you got it, I guess.
21 rune chance. There's our ninth blade, which may get Arsenal, likely not played.
Yeah,
But
I'd
yeah,
imagine that Arsenal.
the bolt of courage charging. Yeah,
Here.
soul shields. Not maybe. I was gonna say not gonna need that,
I
but
don't think
maybe
he's
it'll
gonna
be.
be too useful, to be honest with you. I don't think
Maybe
he's
it's relevant.
attacking until all the rune chants are killing him.
Yeah.
Now, what his opponent doesn't know is that Mike's deck is basically entirely yellow and red. So he doesn't really need to build up as many rune chants as he thinks. He can come in for game a little bit earlier than, an OTK Viscera usually would. So Mike may have a little bit of extra time to be able to maybe set up a larger turn.
There's an Arcanine Ascendancy in there as well. He's bleeding
Maybe
it.
like a via the Vanguard or something like that. Oh, there's an Arcanine Ascendancy in the hand too.
Yeah, and Ninth Blade. Wonder which one
Yes.
he'll opt for to, gotta I guess go for the kill.
I'm probably arsenaling the Arcanine Ascendancy. And then you have your Skeletor, right? So you just wait until you draw, I don't know, your Oath of the Arcanite maybe, or whatever, like Slogism, I think is the usual pump for it. That's the main combo, right? So
Yeah,
I'd
already
imagine
down
the
on
combo
13
is
though.
gonna come.
I mean, he's got six damage worth of, sorry, six, yeah, six worth of block on the armor, so that's gonna be significant. Mike's gonna draw that card. There, okay,
Discrepancy in the
Snapdragon.
life totals, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's right on this one, but I guess the Rainbow player's at 10 right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 10.
I'd assume 10. I'm trying to think back on the damage. I think Mike might have missed one of those take flights. Ooh, the Lumina Ascension. Okay. We're coming in for the big boy turn here. Gain some life. Get some cards in your soul.
Armor. Yep.
Yep, give it go again.
And armor block again. Give it go again.
Give it go again.
Luminescence.
Yeah,
Oh, Valiant.
Ooh, Valiant.
Pretty nice.
Nice, yeah. That's a good turn for sure.
He just arsenals that Ninth Blade or Arcanite and just passes back. So explosive though this turn. This is huge.
Well, yeah. Usually these turns are better when your opponent's not playing like defense.deck, but sometimes you run into the OTK Runeblade and you think to yourself, why couldn't anybody else in this tournament have gotten this guy instead of me? But it definitely happens. So we'll see here. He's at 6.
Okay, Scalata Slogism plus Arcanite Ascendancy.
go.
We're only at 21 rune chance, plus this is going to be 9 plus was it plus 6? So 15? It's plus 6 on red Slogism, so 15 plus 21.
He can block 3 with his armor.
Okay, so life totals have been reconciled down to 6, so 20 to 6 here. But yeah, we have 21 rune chance plus, I believe, 15 physical damage.
Oh, and Mike just concedes, I think. Realizing that his entire hand is probably red and that he can't do much about the rune chant damage, even if he is able to block the physical.
Oh, and there, our champion has fallen. Canada's pride and joy.
Listen, sometimes you run into OTK Viscera and there's just nothing you can do. Your deck just loses to it because it beats the aggro decks, but it gets absolutely destroyed by Kano, by Rhinar. You're basically rolling the dice and hoping that you dodge all of those decks on your way to the top 8, basically.
Yeah, it was a pretty good meta call sometimes in early season 1 when there was like tons of Iras, but
then like Ira has no chance in the matchup. Bolton has no chance in the matchup.
Dorinthia can win, I think.
Dorinthia, yeah, you'd have to draw like Jesus though, you know what I mean? Like you got to have some insane draws. But then you go against a Rhinar, you instantly lose. There's absolutely nothing you can do. You go against
quite a few Rhinos
Kano. Yeah, you go against the Kano, you instantly lose. There's absolutely nothing you can do. And it's just kind of the way it is.
For sure.
Uh,
So
anyway, we'll get to our sponsors. Brendan, why don't you tell us about Deck Edge before we let these two guys go and get on to the next round?
I don't want to give you guys an earful, but everybody knows Deck Edge has sponsored us since literally the first Gauntlet. Runs a Patreon, sells at close to MSRP. If you can get in, that is the place to be. Whether you're playing or collecting, Deck Edge Patreon is where it's at. It is sold out, but he's open spots just for people who are, viewers of Gauntlet. So if you want to hit him up with a direct message, tell him you're coming from Gauntlet, maybe you can sneak right in for Kingdoms. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll head into round 3. Thanks. And with that, welcome back to round 3 of FAB Gauntlet. Week 10, we have a Ira player in Nia, hailing from Canada. Canada's last hope in this tournament, I guess, to see if they can take another champion.
Hey, don't do Mike like that. If
No?
he goes undefeated, still makes top 8 after.
We'll see Mike.
Round, so.
We'll see Mike. Might get a little late for him, but we'll see Mike. And then on the other side of Nia, we do have Jacob Burns. I believe he was the first player in the U.S. to hit 1,000 XP, so he's going to be on Bravo today. With that, Dante, talk me through this Ira matchup. I'll update these names.
Yeah, so this one is not as cut and dry as people seem to think. A lot of people think that Ira just kind of comes in and just destroys Bravo and that Bravo has no chance. It's actually pretty tough. If Bravo gets the right crush effects off and is able to keep up pressure with crush effects, it can be definitely a difficult matchup. As the Ira player, what you want to be doing is getting flick flacks into your arsenal as early and often as possible to prevent those crush effects from going off. And as the Bravo player, you definitely want to be setting up big turns. Cards that also help Bravo are things like Blessing of Deliverance, Sigil of Solace, things like that. Just gaining life and kind of mitigating the amount of damage that's coming in from those Kodachis, making it less relevant. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, but it's definitely going to be usually my games playing as
There you go.
playing as Ira is just how fast can I get.
Ooh.
I think you just drew a crippling crush.
Yeah, I mean, well, also like
by the
Bravo picked up some serious upgrades in Monarch with that
Yeah,
Rousey
exactly.
Agents, which we see in pitch right now. He pitch in his pitch zone, but also in Outmuscle. Which
And the crippling. Ooh.
yeah, Outmuscle's more of a classic constructed card that you'd play that you could side in and out versus your matchup. But Rousey Agents definitely a huge upgrade for Bravo. But pitching the Spinal and this Crippling Crush makes you think he has another Crippling Crush in hand.
I would think so, yeah, because I can't imagine that he had, like, if he had anything else, I'm sure that he would have pitched to make a token or something like that, or at least held on to one of those cards.
Yeah.
Rather than swing the hammer, it would have just been like a Blessing of Deliverance, make a token, and then call it a day. So I'm sure he's got something planned here. I'm guessing it's probably the Crippling Crush he drew into. And then he was looking at Crippling Spinal Crippling, which is not what you want to see in your opening hand.
Yep.
But Nia should definitely be cognizant of the fact that those are coming back late game. So
Yep, and they're right next to
he's gotta
Rousey
be
Ancients
aware of
as
that.
well. So if he
Yep,
pitches a blue down
exactly.
there, well, he wouldn't have to because he's likely running, 40 cards. Well, yeah, he'd pitch a blue down there and then get that in the 4, and then that'd be a pretty, okay hand, I guess.
Yeah,
Double
most
red.
Bravo decks are running Remembrance as well, so it is
Sure.
possible that
Shuffle.
he get those shuffled back in, because I don't think that he wants to see them both together. But I mean, maybe he does. Maybe he has a plan. But
We're already going to see an
let's
is this
find out.
E-Strike for 8 or E-Strike for 6? Let's go again.
I'm guessing E-Strike for 6 with Go again. Although, knowing Nia, he is one to use those Snapdragon Scalers as early as humanly possible in whatever matchup he's playing. So
I think we will
it
see
would not
yeah.
surprise me if it were an E-Strike for 8 and then pop the snaps and then play like a CNC or a flying kick or something like that after your opponent decides how they want to block.
So that's a fridge
I'm
block.
guessing it is definitely a Crippling Crush because, yep, there you go.
Yeah.
The E-Strike for 8 with the snaps turn 1.
I like it.
Yeah, and then flying kick. Ooh, no, Command and
Ooh,
Conquer.
that's like worst case
Definitely-
scenario.
Yeah, that is literally the worst possible thing that could have happened for Jacob. So we'll see how he decides to block here. He's probably going to have to take this turn off because he wants to play out that crippling, obviously, but he can't play it out this turn. So it's probably just going to be make a token or gain some life first with the Blessing of Deliverance. Make a token, and then just swing the hammer is likely what's going to be coming in the next turn here.
Yeah. Outside of, Nia maybe playing aggressively because that's his style, that was a pretty good read, that the opponent likely had a Crippling Crush in hand. So I think coming in with that CNC was huge.
For sure. One of the most important things in the matchup is being able to get the armor from the Bravo as quickly as possible as well. And he was able to get quite a bit of it on that first turn there. So that's definitely what you want to be seeing. But it looks like he's going to be gaining 3 life here, going right back up to 20. So, although Nia knows it's in his next hand at this point now, so he knows there will be an unmovable in there.
Yeah, we're just gonna pitch and swing the hammer. So it's Rousey Ancients. Jacob Burns deck does go Rousey Ancients, Spinal Crush, Crippling Crush, Red Pummel, and then now another Rousey Ancients.
Hmm.
I don't know if we'll get down there, but in this Ira matchup, it can be a bit grindy, especially since the Snapdragons are already used and we are still at 20 health.
Yep. Oh
We
yeah.
might actually kind of see that pitch in this game.
Yeah, you have to have some good uh, cards with go again at the bottom of your deck to be able to close out the game. Um, and
Wow.
there's one of those good go again cards. another another Easter egg gone. So
Okay.
it might be a little tough to be able to close out the game for Nia. He's probably going to have to rely on something like leg taps. I know he runs Scar for a Scar in his deck, so if he does get a little bit lower on life after taking some crush damage, um, then he could be able to play the Scar for Scars and the Life for Lives
Oh, he runs
more
Scar
easily.
as well?
I think
Sorry.
he runs both, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken. The deck is like the most aggressive thing you've ever seen. He does not block ever.
What about Whirling Mist Blossom? No love or?
No, no love for Whirling Mist Blossom, unfortunately. He used to run that,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I don't think it was as consistent as he would have liked it to
Yeah.
be. The fact that it only comes in for 2 and blocks for 2, even with Ira's ability pumping it, is not all that great. And the card before it has to hit as well, which is not ideal.
Yeah, so we are going to sink below and take 1 from this E-Strike. So it was 5 with go again, I assume. And then we're going to lead with a Pounding Gale for 5 again. If Bravo's able to keep 2 cards in hand, he gets to swing the hammer for 6, and he's in a pretty decent spot. The Ira player is not going to have an arsenal. So we're going to be swinging for 4, it looks like. Depends on what's in the... what Jacob Burns has in his arsenal. Could have a, decently, I don't know, high-statted crush attack. But looks like it is just going to be that Anthos for 4.
Yeah, just a regular hammer for 4. Nothing special.
Red.
And he's going to choose to block with a Flick Flack, which I can't recommend that to anybody playing Flesh and Blood. You definitely want that Flick Flack in your arsenal for the big crush turns, but
Yeah.
I guess Nia's game plan is put on an insane amount of pressure to the point where he never gets to play that crippling crush or whatever he's arsenaled here.
Yeah, we do know there is a blue, a movable in this hand, so there's a pommel there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a Scar for Scar.
Scar we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, Scar for 4.
Is lower on life. It's a difficult card to block just because you know something's coming afterwards, and it didn't cost him any resource to be able to play it. So we'll see the last card he ends up swinging with here. I feel like I would have definitely rather have kept that Flick Flack in my hand and just taken the 4 damage from the hammer. But we'll see. If he ends up arsenaling it, it might be another Flick Flack or something like that. But
That would make more sense, right? If there was a backup Flick Flack. But it'd have to be another red, I would assume.
no, I'm guessing that it's something he's playing out. Oh, interesting.
Okay, so I assume it's another red Flick Flack, because I think you would choose, if you had like a yellow or blue, you would choose to block with that and take the damage.
For sure. He wasn't threatening a pummel or anything like that on his last turn. He only had the 1 card to pitch to play the hammer. So
Okay.
this is where that red
Crippling
Flick
Crush.
Flack would come in handy. So we'll see if Nia does have that red Flick Flack in his arsenal right now.
Yep, here's the test. Immediately.
So
Immediately after he blocks Anthos for 4 with a red Flick Flack, he gets Crippling Crush. Oh.
So we'll see how he goes to block here. If he just sticks his whole hand in front of his opponent and says pick 2 cards, then we know he's taking it all. But it looks like he will be mitigating some damage with the Mask of Momentum.
There it is.
A red Flick Flack from
yellow?
hand and a yellow Flick Flack from
So he
Arsenal.
opted to block with the red out of hand over the yellow. So interesting. But still not going to get crushed here, which is good for him. Yeah, but
I think I would have preferred to block with the yellow and just take some damage, to be honest with you. But to each their own. He might have... I mean, maybe if he drew off Mask or something like that, if the opponent just didn't block anything, then he had something to pitch to play whatever card he drew. But I can see why.
You know what's pretty interesting is, like, we know that Jacob Burns' other Crippling Crush is not very accessible because it's just sitting around a bunch of other reds. And he only has 2 in his deck. So he's got a Spinal in there. You know, he's got... but we saw both his Rouse as pitched, so we're not going to be seeing that anytime soon. I think they're pitched near hands where they won't actually be able to be played as well.
Yeah. I think he's running the pound for a pound tech that we were seeing out of Kale McCreath in that Dice Jar tournament.
Oh, yeah?
I doubt it in Blitz, but It would be cool to see. It would be a little spicer, that's for sure. It looks like he's blocking the leg tap with a red sink below, so he'd still be taking 1 damage here after that, because the leg tap is coming in for 5. But
Yep.
both players might have missed it. Oh nope, just kidding.
There we go.
They got it.
Okay, another armor block there. So turning off the mask, we have Soul Bleed for 4. That's tough after blocking that Kadachi. But
Yeah, you almost don't want to commit more cards to blocking here, but 4
I mean,
damage isn't an insignificant amount.
Yeah, it's a vanilla 4, right? Not
Yeah.
threatening a draw or anything. So it's oh wow.
But he is gonna block the whole thing.
I wonder why you respect the 4.
Yeah, mask is turned off, right? So
Yeah.
there's no threat of a draw or anything like that, and even if it has go again, there's nothing else that needs
No,
to
there's
play
nothing
out here.
else.
So he maybe just wants to mitigate the damage, which is fair.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about mask being turned off, but like Nia doesn't have a mask. Like he blocked with it.
Oh yeah, he blocked it. I forgot. I forgot about that.
It's okay.
One.
I was literally going through the same lines. It's like, okay, block the Kadachi. I tried to turn off mask, and I was like, wait a second, Nia doesn't have a mask.
Yeah, I did not see the head slot there. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So I'm not too sure. I think it's just damage mitigation, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's a command and conquer.
Yeah, it looks like he's just gonna take it, and he might have been happy to take that actually if he has another scar for a scar, life for a life in his hand, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Definitely a nice attack to take, and it turns off his skull cap as well for the time being until Nia is able to get him lower on life. But it does give Nia that 4-card hand to swing back with, which is never insignificant when you're playing against an Ira player. There's a lot of damage that can come out of those 4 cards.
I'm trying to think about how many. Interesting.
Rising knee thrust.
I'm assuming like
this is
razor?
getting razored.
Yeah.
Into another red attack, maybe.
Well, it would have to be a red 0 cost if it's razor. So that's
Yeah, seeing him run the rising knee thrust though, maybe he drew into 2 rising knee thrust is the only thing that I can think of, or maybe he has another soul bead strike in his hand.
Yeah, I mean you could also just razor and then arsenal whatever the other card is.
He's also playing the nourishing emptiness.
Really?
That's one of the new card, or not nourishing emptiness. What is it? Exude confidence. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the new card that came out in Monarch. It costs 0, deals 4 damage, and can potentially be buffed. So it might be razor this and then play the exude after, or just razor this for some additional damage. Oh, it's
sigil.
actually a sigil. Yep.
Okay.
And then he just arsenals that last card.
Got it. Jacob with 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, we'll see. It's
Okay,
probably.
yeah, let's look through the graveyard. There's a pummel. There's a crippling crush. I assume both those pummels are red.
Yeah, both those pummels are red. So we'll see if he's running the blue ones. I'm not sure how common it is in more recent Bravo lists to be running 4 pummel. But at least Nia knows that there's no threat of any red ones coming in. See if he's running the yellow ones.
Yeah, swing for 6 here.
Yeah. Just make a token, swing for 6, the classic.
Nia had a relatively healthy life total. Not too much to worry about. It's just important that he's able to not let the Guardian player hold too many cards in his hand at this point.
Yep, he doesn't really care about the 3 damage. And,
we should expect the Spinal coming up soon. Like the second of Spinal, which is like probably the highest impact card that Jacob will have access to in the rest of this game.
Yeah, there's still a few more hands, I think, before he draws into it.
Well, not that Spinal, the other one.
Spinal. Okay. I thought you meant that first Spinal that he pitched.
No, I think that Spinal and Crippling Clutch are pretty unusable. Well, they can get Arsenal just because they're literally going to be drawn with a handful of reds.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to try and, if he is running the Remembrance, try and Remembrance to get it shuffled up, because
you see a bottom there.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
That bottom does change the. Okay, so we have seen a couple sink blows, so I guess the hand is a bit. We're talking so much about this potential hand that will be drawn, but it has been altered a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And there we go. So yeah, pretty aggressive list as promised.
Yeah, it's just The aggression never ends. Those Scar for Scars can be really good. They can also be really bad. So
Does Nia run double sigil or just one?
I think he runs 2 sigil. I think the last time we saw him play this Ira list, he was running 2 sigil. I know that he wanted to play Chain this week over Ira, but he still is missing that Carrion Husk that he was missing last week. So.
Oh, carrying. Is that an impactful card, Dante?
It's not bad. It's okay. I mean, not the best card I've ever seen for sure, but definitely not the worst.
Yeah.
Seemed to be good occasionally.
I think it's more of like a sideboard.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those, nothing special. Nothing special about it. Just block 6. No big deal. But yeah. So Nia's going in, still Kadaching away here. He's got Jacob essentially on a 7-turn timer. I'm not sure if Jacob's running any sigils, but we haven't seen any yet. I feel like at this point we usually would have seen at least one.
More blessings in the deck as well.
Yeah, still one blessing left.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he's running the 4, I guess. Yeah, there could just be 2 reds. You're totally right. I wonder who's fatiguing faster. Obviously, I don't have a mental count on the cards, but like it does look like Jacob's deck is getting pretty thin from the angle.
Nia, so some interesting tech I have on Nia is that he's double sleeving as well. So his deck might be just as thin based on look-wise. I think they're probably going at about the same rate because Nia seems to be using every card in his hand, or at least arsenaling the last card in his hand if he's not utilizing everything each turn. And Jacob seems to be doing the same. So we'll see if he. I guess he's
okay. So that was that like a take back on the Anathos? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was.
I think the Anathos was still. It was still up from his last turn.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, Nia's just attacking it now with the flying kick.
Oh, there's our blessing.
Exude confidence I was talking about.
So no more blessings in the deck. We do Fate Foreseen as well. It does block for 7, so full block on Nia's attack here. Nia does pitch the exude confidence that Dante was talking about. And I guess we're just gonna be pitching swing for 4 again. Yep. Dude, this Bravo Ira matchup's so grindy.
Yeah, dude, it is a super grindy matchup. You're almost guaranteed to see close to the end of your deck. Like I said, usually for these matchups, you want to get their armor as fast as possible, keep defense reactions in early, and then you want to keep a card with go again, like a leg tap, for example, or an E-strike or something like that in your arsenal. Because when you do eventually get the Bravo player to 1 life, you need a way to be able to close out the game. And that can come from, Kadachi swing in with an attack for 7, like a flying kick. But it can also come from Kadachi leg tap into, some other attack, basically.
What about Exude Confidence double pump? Because it's at the bottom
Exude
of this deck.
Confidence double pump works too. That
next
is
to a bunch of blues.
Nasty one. Yeah, it is next to a bunch of blues, but that's exactly where it wants to be.
Yep.
It's a good card in the Ira deck, especially for those grindy matchups like this one. Because if Nia ever does get back to it, he can just slap the Exude Confidence down and then just pump it a bajillion times with all the cards that are in his hand.
Yep, and it's very good. Like, even if Jacob Burns necessarily played around the pump, then he would suffer in fatigue, right? Because he would overblock a single card. Yep. There's our Spinal that we didn't know about. So both Spinals out of the deck. Sorry, not both. There's one left next to the Crippling Crush, which we should be drawing in 2-3 turns, but the hand that's drawn in, we'll see. I guess if the Crippling Crush and Spinal gets staggered because of the Fate Foreseens and Sync Blows. But there's our Command and Conquer.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that Nia hasn't used those breaking scales yet, to be honest here. I thought he would have used them last turn after the Hurricane technique hit just to get another extra damage in.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's kind of a race to get the Bravo to 1 life. The Bravo player is going to be trying to hold on to 1 card in hand and just swing back with the Anothos every turn.
Nia loses the Flick Flack, so good value for the Bravo here.
Mm-hmm. But based on the fact that he didn't block with some of the other cards in his hand, my assumption is that they're probably pretty good and they're going to be able to put on quite a bit of pressure this turn.
Yep. We'll see the Kadachi for 2. Draw a card out of hand. It's going to be... Okay, so we do have 4 pummels in the deck. And here's our flying kick.
Flying kick, yep.
Last flying kick. So we are going to take. Oh, there they are.
Oh, there's yeah, we're back to the bottom. Here we go.
That is exactly the hand. I think that is exactly what he pitched. So
Yeah, so it should
it
be
did.
a
It did
rousing
end up.
ace in his hand, I
Yeah,
believe.
it did end up. Yeah, it did end up
There you
all.
go.
Dude, I thought it was good. So I thought that it was going to be staggered because he was sync blowing and fate foreseeing and changing
No,
the
because
order.
he pitched those all at the same time,
Yeah.
and then there's a red pummel after that, and then after that there's some random cards that he
Yeah.
pitched sync below.
Well, I didn't think they would all come in the same hand, right? Because if he plays out every single card in his hand every turn, then they do, right? Because it's a 40 card deck and it stays at that interval. But because he was changing that interval with the fates and the syncs, they could have been staggered, right?
Yeah.
But I think he like put 4 cards to the bottom or something to exactly draw that hand that he pitched, which is hilarious. Because we were talking about it. Literally, he pitched on turn 1. We're like, so you draw the route, like you draw this arousing, and the crippling crush and the spinal and the pummel, and you can't do anything with it. And that was exactly what happened.
So I guess we saw the 2 red pummel in his grave. So I'm guessing it's a blue pummel.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it looks like Nia has to pitch that Sigil of Solace, which is not what you want to be doing. Ooh, to play the
Torn to tempo. Double block, swing for 6. But
well, it could be a double block swing for 4.
Okay, so we got a route.
How many cards in his hand? Because he could arsenal that pummel, right?
Ooh, the razor.
Oh, he's razoring it.
Oh,
There you go. GG.
Yeah. We had Rouse next to Rouse as well, as we were circling back around. But yeah, good game. Canada's hope is still in it. We got Nia on the
I'm telling you, man, Mike's making a comeback. He's running through the bracket. No more OTK Viscerize. He's not going to see any more of those, and he'll be all set. It's a rare deck to come across. All right.
Anyway,
happens.
With that, we actually, it was a decently long round, so it shouldn't be too long of a break. I'm gonna quickly shout out Deck Edge. That's our sponsor. Provides the prizes to the players here. He does have a Patreon where he sells at nearly MSRP, so if you're able to get in, that's the place to be. He opens spots specifically for people, participating in FAB Gauntlet and watching. So I recommend you hit him up, tell him that you came from Gauntlet, and see if you can get a spot for Kingdoms. With that, we'll take a quick break and see you in round 4. right, and welcome back to round 4. We did have some technical issues with the streamer, with the match we were trying to stream, so we're jumping into this one a bit late. We do have a Reinar clause against a Bravo. I'm assuming that the Reinar is on 15. I'm not sure, or it's maybe 17. We'll see it soon enough how that life total kind of breaks down. But Dante, talk to me a little bit while I get this stuff updated on the stream end.
Yeah, for sure. Like Brendan said, we are jumping in midway, so we're not 100% sure what's been played, what hasn't been played. We don't know if any Blood Rush Bellows or anything have come out on the Reinar side of things. We do see that a Sigil of Solace has been played on the Bravo's end, and it looks like he's defending with a sink below here on an attack for 6, I believe. I think. I'm not sure, but I guess we'll find out now.
So who lost health there, by the way, Dante?
The red lost health. So red is Bravo.
Got it.
Cool. And the blue is the Reinar player.
Sounds good. Yeah, so Reinar clause against Bravo. Bit of an old school season 1 matchup that we saw, Fringe. We're gonna start out with a Blessing of Deliverance.
Looks like it's blue.
Yep.
So nothing.
Gets the draw trigger as well. Yeah, but interested to see if we still have Blood Rush Bellows in the deck for this Reinar player.
Yeah, based on the fact that the Bravo's at 12 health right now, I'd assume that 1 got played. I feel like Bravo is going to be doing a lot of blocking, especially against a Reinar player.
Yep.
So I'd imagine that at least 1 Blood Rush Bellow has been played at this point.
Yeah, speaking of blocking, he's running the Helm of Eisen's Peak and the Goliath Gauntlet. So that's over Arcanite Skullcap and I forget what the gauntlets are called, but the one's blocked for 2.
Ooh, pitching a blue come to fight. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so
That's
just gonna
spicy tech.
Yeah, gonna get an Intimidate there. But just coming in for 6, I believe. It's nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Just block with 2 cards, and then you still have a 3-card hand to work with because his intellect went up to 5 after using the Helm of Eisen's Peak there. So if he's got some sort of big crush card like a Crippling Crush or something along those lines in his arsenal, he'll still be able to play it out, especially with 3 cards in hand, even though he didn't make a token last turn. We'll see. It looks like he is just going to Staunch Response it. Ends up taking 1 damage here.
Yep.
Nothing crazy.
Down to 11. Still has the 3, or is it 4 cards in hand? Yeah.
Yep. 4
cards in hand. Blessing of Deliverance pops. We'll see if he gets the life off of it. He does. It is a blue Debilitate. That does not go into the graveyard.
That should not go in the graveyard, yeah, but...
That goes on top of the deck.
I guess it's in the graveyard now. There's not much we can do about that. We'll have to tell the players after the game.
Oh, another Blessing. Okay.
Red Blessing. Nice.
Yep. Draw a card.
Still a resource floating here. I'm surprised that he didn't make a Seismic Surge token at the end of his last turn. Usually after you play a Blessing... I guess he spent the 1 to play the Helmet instead.
Yep.
And he wanted to keep the other cards in his hand, so that makes sense.
Wow, double Blessing.
For another Blessing, okay. 2 floating. Not too bad.
Just drawing all the cards here. And then okay, it's a Raging Onslaught. Blue, I believe, and is he Anthosing for 6 here?
Hammer for 6, and then now it becomes, do I have the Pummel in my hand, and are you willing to take that chance? Especially with those 2 floating there. Chose not to make a Seismic Surge token, so that he would still have those 2 floating. So he's definitely threatening a Pummel here, and we'll see if he has it.
Yeah, I think if he pummels for 10, like if you have a big turn, yeah, it's just like it's kind of whatever because it's just straight damage, and you're at 17.
Yep.
So like if you had the Blood Rush Bellow, I think you would just opt to not block that, take the 10. But with that said, if the hand is more, he's got a more reasonable hand, then he can go ahead and block it and mitigate the damage.
Yep, exactly. So it looks like we are
massacring.
Getting a massacred, yeah. Nothing crazy. He is hopefully if it were up to him, he'd be going up 4 life next turn.
Yep. 16.
Depending on what comes off the top. So taking 3 damage here if you only want to block with 1 card, or just taking the full 6 isn't the worst thing in the world, because you can very easily just go up 4 life here, no problem. And kind of
I
almost.
wonder
like
if these. Do you think these cards will go in the graveyard?
I'm not sure.
That'd be a lot of cards.
They might go back on the top. You
I hope
definitely do
so.
not want to be sending that crippling
Okay.
crush into the graveyard.
Okay. No
They'll be
graveyard.
gaining 3 here.
Yep.
Which is not an insignificant amount of life. Yeah, it looks like there was just a minor slip up for that one card going into the graveyard there.
Oh, Goliath
But he's
Gauntlet.
breaking the Goliath Gauntlet here, so we're coming in big with the crippling crush. Let's go.
13 on the crippling crush, I believe. There. Yeah, no Bravo here, right?
I didn't see Bravo being used, no. So
Crippling crush cost is it 7?
crippling crush costs 7. That's correct.
So you pitched 9. So you would Bravo. I think you Bravo. Yeah, he did.
Bravo?
Yeah, he did.
I can't see what's.
He just didn't do like sometimes people like touch the hero to like say.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I
so-
see.
so
just
crippling
a
crush for-
dominated crippling crush.
Yeah, for 13.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, does he have enough armor to get past that though? So the scab skins block 2, the barkbone blocks 1. So he's blocking 6 right now.
Yep, gain
And
3.
playing a sigil from hand.
Yep, so
And then a
Reckless
reckless
swing.
swing.
So 10.
Okay.
So you only take 3 then, right?
Yep.
Pretty
And
nice.
then he has to discard a card from hand, and then likely his next turn is either going to be Arsenal or come in with a claw or something along those lines. And the Bravo player is taking 2 damage here.
Yep, down to 7. Worked out pretty well for our Rhino player, but we did see
another crippling.
Yeah, we did see the reveal, and it is another crippling crush next turn. I think did he reveal a blue blessing as well?
I was a red blessing, unfortunately.
Yeah, so no dominate on that crippling crush.
Maybe, you never know. He could pitch a blue, play the red blessing, draw into another blue, and now he's
True.
Now he can dominate and even make a seismic surge potentially. So,
yes,
or maybe not a seismic surge. Sorry, but we'll see here. 4 cards in hand. As long as he drew at least 2 blues, he should be okay. But if he's only got the 1 blue in hand, then it might be a little bit tougher to play out his turn the way that he wants to. Especially being only at 7 life here, taking this 3 damage. Every damage counts at this point, so it might not be something that he wants to do. It might be the best play is just to block the damage, pitch, play the blessing.
Okay. Blocks with the red pummel. So there was a double red hand.
Probably the 1 blue in his hand. Well, triple red hand because there's crippling crush, red
blessing. Yeah, so he
and
plays
red pummel as well.
Yeah, so now he blessings here. He draws the card, and hopefully Anthos is for 6 and Arsenal's the crippling crush. I assume that is the line he's going for here.
Yeah, hopefully he can make a token, even if he can't. So just make a token with.
There we go.
The remaining resource, pitch, hammer for 6.
Okay,
Nope,
it's a hammer for 4. Yep.
Yep, and then just Arsenal with crippling crush and play that on your next turn.
Only has 6 health though, so it's going to be pretty hard to keep a hand that can play a dominated crippling crush on the following turn.
Yeah, especially if he gets intimidated.
Yeah.
And something tells me there's a Blood Rush Bell in that hand.
Maybe. It was for 4, so it was very takeable damage, but...
Call me crazy.
What are you rolling for?
He's rolling the scab skins, I'm assuming.
Oof.
Gets the 4, so that's another action point. Might not be a Blood Rush Bella now that I see that. Yeah,
starting off with a Savage Feast.
Yeah.
Draw a card.
Forgot that people roll scab skins. Haven't seen that in a while.
Ooh, there's the alpha.
Discards the alpha, yeah.
Maybe that was when you play. Yeah.
Discarding, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. We could have, could not be able to pay for it, so we're gonna go ahead and intimidate, and then we will draw a card as the Rhino player.
Keep in mind he still has that bark bone as well.
Yep, still has the bark bone, and the Gambler's Glove to re-roll it.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlikely though.
He did discard a 6 cost, so he can come in with the claws for 3 each. Maybe even something else if he does end up breaking the bark bone strapping.
Yeah,
wouldn't give him something to Arsenal.
Only has 2 action points though, so I think you can only come in with 1 claw, right? Because Savage Feast is the draw.
The claws get go again if you discard.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, he did have. Oh no, he drew into the Blood Rush Bell. I'm confused.
I don't know.
Maybe he drew into it.
If he randomed it, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, if he drew into it off the Savage Feast lets you draw, right?
Yeah, it
I'm not
does.
playing
That is the draw. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. So Savage, he might have drawn into it off the Savage Feast.
pretty
And just,
nice. Yeah. Ooh.
yeah, just came into that one naturally.
There we go.
Yeah, a little double claw action for you. Not ideal, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be
Yeah,
game
it was
for
all
the
intimidating.
card.
So that's it.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, so that was pretty interesting. I wonder if it was the Alpha Rampage and the Bloodish Bellow in hand, because that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, if he 50-50'd it on that one,
50-50, yeah.
I don't think so. Something tells me
Yeah, I
he
don't
drew
think
into
so
that Blood
either.
Rush Bellow and just said, "Oh wow, nice, I have game now."
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, hey, good play nonetheless. Even if I'm guessing that he was probably trying to play that Alpha Rampage. Did still have 2 resource floating, and it would have intimidated, discarded, likely intimidated again. So his full hand would have been intimidated. Then he would have come in for 9 damage, which would have also been game. So after discarding the Alpha Rampage, I mean, hitting that Blood Rush off the draw was probably the next best thing that could happen.
For sure.
But yeah, I think that's it for. Oh,
So
get
I
rid of him?
transferred us into the 2-man because we finished that a bit fast.
The 2-man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I fixed the camera so it's no longer a Rogue Gang commercial on the Dante forehand
Nice,
cam.
nice. Love that. No
Yeah,
love
we
that.
did finish this up pretty quick, so I guess let's just get into it, Dante. Where, like, as you know, a bit of an Ira specialist yourself, where are you seeing the current meta falling? Have you seen any new Monarch heroes that impressed you in Blitz? And what are you planning on playing as skirmish season approaches?
As much as it pains me to say it, I think Chain is going to be number 1. I think Ira's place is gone. She's no more. She's garbage now.
Really, Ira versus Chain. You would think that Ira with Flick Flack and Go again would perform well versus that deck.
Yeah, you'd assume so until you remember that not great card, Carrion Husk, kind of bad actually, but good against Ira, I suppose.
Take a turn off, right? That's
Yeah.
that's the flavor text on Carrion Husk is you take a turn off.
Exactly.
How
It's
do
a
you-
really it's a tough card to play around. As like a lot of people who are like testing the matchup right now say that it's 50-50. If you play a good player on a good chain deck, I don't think it's 50-50 at all.
Yeah.
I think it's probably 70-30, maybe even less for the Ira player.
Art of War is pretty good, huh?
Yeah, Art of War is pretty good. The Carrion Husk is pretty good. There's just a whole bunch of stuff where once the chain player gets going, if they're able to keep that Carrion Husk up for a couple turns while they're setting up their Soul Shackles, you almost have no chance as the Ira player. They can just come in for way more damage than you're able to put out. You really have to be able to use your Snapdragon Scalers, but it's tough sometimes. Sometimes you just don't have a hand where
Don't have a choice,
using
right?
those Snapdragon Scalers is going to be effective, and you need to save it, and then by saving it, you've essentially cost yourself the game
By
because
not being able to use it. Yeah. So let's say Shane does become popular. Shane is the tier 1 deck. It is the deck to beat. How do you target that deck? What do you play?
you just play Kano.
Yeah. You just play Kano. Kano, the great
You just play
equalizer.
Kano.
Right?
Yeah, Kano is the equalizer. I think that Kano has a pretty good matchup into Chain. The issue with Chain is that number 1, he takes a couple turns to get going.
Yep.
Obviously, he can deal a lot of damage on his first couple turns, especially with the Snapdragon Scalers. But for the most part, he does take a little bit to get going. Usually on his turns, he's going to be coming in for approximately 8 damage early game. And that's, an attack that deals 4 plus the sword, or another attack that deals 4, something like that. Plus, a couple arcane here and there. It takes him a little bit to get going, which is, Chano just gets going right off the rip. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You're just
Chano.
ripping cards off the top. You don't give a crap. Like, you're just going crazy. So it's a tough matchup for Chain. The other thing is that to block out Kano's damage, you have to pitch the blues that are in your hand. And if you're pitching blues, you have no resource to play out the cards with Blood Debt on your turn that you're banishing off the top. So it becomes really tricky. You have to decide where you want to be taking damage, where you don't want to be taking damage. But I think that if you're trying to beat Chain in your like local meta, I would buy some Storm Striders and hop on the Kano bandwagon, because I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, so we talked about Kano maybe being the answer to Shane. Obviously, we haven't seen too much of it yet. We'll probably kind of feel his power once skirmish starts, but you say Kano's going to come back in to kind of put Shane in his place. But do you see any of these other heroes that didn't see play in season one? From Arcane Rising and from Welcome to Wraith that may become popular.
It's hard to say. As funny as it is, I think that
Don't say
boost
Azalea.
mech can actually.
Okay.
Not Azalea. You'll never hear those words come out of my mouth. Until she's like tier 1 in the next set when they release some new ranger support. But yeah, no, I think that boost mech can actually be pretty good because right now, like the bane of boost mech's existence is Flick Flax from Ira.
Really?
And I think that as more players are on chain, and these Ira players realize that the matchup is damn near unwinnable, they may change their mind about playing that deck, and they may switch over to chain themselves. They may switch to Kano or something like that. And boost mech, I mean,
does boost mech beat Kano though?
Boost mech can beat Kano, yeah. It's a tough matchup for Kano just because you're going so fast. Like, Kano Voltic bolts you turn 1 for 6 damage. You just say, okay, eat all of that, and then you just go nuts with your hand. Like, you can very easily put out 15 damage on boost mech without like any problems whatsoever, and do that consistently every single turn. So it makes it pretty tough for Kano. I've talked to a couple Kano players, and they definitely don't like the boost mech matchup.
Yeah, I heard Rhinar. Yeah, I heard Rhinar has a bad matchup versus Kane, but that's in Chain, but that's in CC, so we will see. But yeah, just had to pick your brain for a little bit, Dante, as we head into Skirmish Season 2, starting very, very soon. I think it has started for some people. But with that, just gonna shout out Deck Edge, our sponsor. He does run a Patreon where he sells first edition product near MSRP. So if you're able to get in, that's the place to be, whether you're collecting or playing. The Deck Edge Patreon is the golden egg of Flesh and Blood. It is pretty full, usually sold out, but he does open spots specifically for viewers of FAB Gauntlet. If you want to shoot him a message, tell him you're coming from the Gauntlet, maybe he'll sneak you a spot for Kingdoms. So with that, we'll take a quick break before round 5, and we'll be right back.
See you guys in a bit.
All right, welcome back for round 5 of the Gauntlet. We're actually going to be doing 6 rounds today because we had around 54 participants. With that said, we're seeing a player from last round that's going to be a dead man on the Rhinar, but now we have Manton on the Kano. So our first Kano for the night, and I think Manton may be undefeated. We're at table 1, so I think both players are undefeated at this point. Dante, give me your thoughts while I update their names.
I think that this is a pretty tough matchup for Kano, to be honest with you. The Rhinar player has pretty easy access to Null Rune 4, I believe it is, because the Skullhorn is Null Rune 2. So it's going to be tough. The other thing is that the Rhinar player can literally just play a Blood Rush Bellow, intimidate Kano's whole hand, and kill him in one turn. Which makes it relatively difficult for the Kano to win.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so usually in the Kano matchup, or sorry, in the Rhinar matchup, a lot of Kanos have opted to use the Skull Cap instead, because it gives them some armor to hopefully be able to survive.
Interesting.
And then kind of come back after their hand comes back to them essentially at the end of the turn.
Do you agree with that philosophy? I've always thought that that Talismanic Lens was kind of one of the most important cards in the deck, and probably one of your most significant kill cards. So do you agree with the Skull Cap? And what do your fellow French Canadians think of it?
My fellow French Canadians still play the Talismanic Lens. I don't think they're running the Skull Cap. The issue with the Skull Cap is that it's basically just it's like a block 2, right? Like it's nothing.
Well, 2 and
it's
1,
not. It's usually not going to be what saves you. And this is exactly what you do not want to see as the Kano player. So we'll see if the Skull Cap ends up saving him here. But based on him thinking about what he wants to draw, he might discard. Jesus, pitch.
Whoa there.
Yeah, sorry, I was having a little bit of trouble. Based on him seeing what he wants to pitch, it might not be. I was gonna say there might not be 2/6 attacks, but we did see an Alpha Rampage and
there it is.
Savage Feast. So the Alpha Rampage gets discarded here, which will be an Intimidate to start off the game.
Pretty good turn 0 if he does end up getting it. If he ends up intimidating a significant amount of cards, swinging with the claws, it's real bad for the Kano player.
Yeah, my assumption is that he probably would have liked to have held on to that Alpha Rampage, and if that wasn't the one that he ended up discarding, it probably would have been game right here. But because it was discarded, I think the Kano player has a chance. He got the 50-50 on the discard, so it's not so bad now. Obviously the claws are still active and all that, but at the very least he got the Alpha Rampage out. If the Rhinar player was able to play that Alpha Rampage, it could have been like Claw Alpha Rampage for 11, which would, if the Kano player hadn't blocked with every card in his hand at that point. Just kidding.
Is he okay? So no resources floating though. He does have the. Okay, yeah, just interesting.
Yeah, I thought maybe Claw first. I don't know if I would have broken the Barkbone strapping maybe, so that I could come in with a Claw first.
So how many cards are we intimidating here? Is it?
It would be his
2?
whole hand. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it's his whole hand. It's 3.
Because Alpha Rampage has Intimidate, Blood Rush Bellow has Intimidate, and you discard.
That's 3.
2 cards, right? Well, he discarded from Alpha Rampage, and he discarded from Blood Rush Bellow.
Yep, and then
Alpha Rampage has an Intimidate. And then, oh yeah, you're right, that is 3.
Yeah, 3.
Stupid.
No, it's okay.
I just can't do math.
Yeah, that happens. But, I mean, he did 6 damage, which is, I mean, the Skull Cap, I guess, kind of display. But now Kano has 3 cards. I mean, okay, we're drawing up a little bit quick there. Oh, do they stay intimidated? Oh, do they? Yeah. I am a potato.
Okay, you and me both. I can't count, and you don't know how the game works, so
yes,
we're all set.
Well, in all my days of Kano, I've dodged every single Rhinar, so pretty lucky.
You're a lucky man.
Yep.
Usually when you see that Blood Rush turn 1, it's over for you. So the fact that he's still at 9 health is a little bit shocking. And that Skull Cap coming in kind of clutch.
Red Voltic.
Both off the top kind of coming in clutch too, I'm not going to lie.
All right, so we got a Voltic Bolt,
Ooh,
but
a naked Voltic Bolt too.
opting
No
to not
pump.
Crucible. That's important. Yeah, important to note that.
I'm assuming that he has something in his hand that he'd prefer to Crucible instead.
Yep.
We'll see how he decides to block here. He's probably going to end up blocking 4. Yep.
Oh,
looks like
wow.
he's blocking
Only
4.
takes 1.
That's a lot to commit, though, especially if this is like a
ton.
pitch. And
oh, another Voltic.
I see.
Not a bad. Okay.
Oh, definitely not bad at all.
So we pitched the red sink there. Yeah, I guess definitely filter it at this point, but interesting. I wonder if that's a blue in his hand. I'm assuming he opts to Arsenal that, but shields down in that case.
Yeah.
Also,
I
he
guess
swings.
that's going into the Arsenal as well.
Yeah, I mean swinging for.
If he swings for 3, it's really not going to do much either, right? Like you pitch it, swing for 3, and then the Kano just says, "Okay, sure, that take 3 damage." And now we'll see how many cards I grab. Oh, he let him draw up. I'm shocked. I thought he was going to be completely ripping off the top here.
Yeah. Maybe just.
Maybe.
Oh.
Rifting.
Whoa. So that's gonna let him play a wizard attack at instant speed.
Well, so.
Right.
Yeah. So is it rift? Is it maybe it's cadaver? No.
No, Cadaverous puts the graveyard on top. So
no,
rifting.
There's one where if you banish it with a with the effect of a card, you gain an action point.
Yeah, that's gonna be back alley breakline.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Sorry, I was getting back alley breakline and rifting mixed up. Yeah,
super
so
interesting.
It looks like he's
Muscle Kano, GTL Kano.
Actions, yeah, and Jim Dan Laundry Kano. We're coming back in. Maybe he's running that nourishing emptiness too. That people are kind of.
I would think you would just run the nourishing in that case. The rifting is super interesting though.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have nourishing emptiness yet, so he's just running rifting and seeing how many times he gets to play it, and if he would prefer to have a nourishing in those situations.
I mean, the rifting seems a bit annoying, to be honest. Like I'm looking at it now. Like,
yeah, I would. It's not something that I want to block, but it's also something that you kind of have to block.
Dude, I tried out this archetype for I put probably 20 games into it. Jim Tan Laundry Kano, just all the dude, pursuit of knowledge, E-strikes. It's so good.
Did it work out for you?
I mean, didn't lose every game.
Wow. That's actually shocking to hear.
Oh, if you think that's shocking to hear, Sasha.
Who were you playing against?
Bro, I was playing against a 2-time calling champion, Sasha.
What?
Yeah.
No. There's no way that Sasha lost a game to Jim Tan Laundry.
Yeah, dude. Jim Tan
How
Laundry
lucky did you get?
Nah, it's a real deck. And then Sasha, I think Sasha won his locals with the singleton Kano. So
No way.
just one ofs.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
So I just remember that the FAB TCG they were kind of disconnected and they posted it like it was a top tier meta deck, and they were like, look what he played, and it was just all one ofs.
Wasn't there a crazy brew in there as well?
Oh yeah, it was a total pile. It was bad.
That's so funny.
All right, here we go. Barraging beatdown.
Weird.
So
barraging action.
Is this tough for the Kano player? Because now he has to decide. He's like, oh, okay, so yeah, he's not gonna go off. The Reiner is at 9, so stir forked Crucible does kill him because it comes in for 14. So that is a significant number to think about, but it's gonna take the Intimidate. What will follow?
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna be choosing a block here. As long as it's not a Blood Rush Bellow, he should be okay. Hopefully he's left with 2 cards in hand to block out the entirety of the damage. Otherwise, it's going to be a feels bad moment, that's for sure.
Yeah, might be that GG, as they say.
Yeah, as they say. So we'll see what he ends up playing here. He does have 3 cards in hand to work with, so might not be the easiest decision to decide what exactly you want to be playing out after the barraging beatdown. So we shall see.
Yeah, going in the tank here. I wonder what we're thinking about.
I'm not sure. What cards could he have in his hand that would be?
So Skullhorn.
I was thinking of using the Skullhorn. That makes sense, I guess.
That'd be pretty nice. I think that's the right. That could be the right choice in this scenario.
Yeah, if you've already intimidated one, Why not intimidate another, try and get his whole hand, and then just...
Yeah, he's likely not going to go off in response to the draw off the Skullhorn, right? So, because he's already let a card get intimidated.
So he's going to use the Skullhorn here.
I was going to say, it's pretty nice armor. You just rip the Skullhorn, then you got an Arcanine Skullcap. It's like, dang.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he lets the Skullhorn go off.
Surely, I think so. After letting one card get intimidated. I mean...
Yeah, Skullhorn is draw and then discard, right? Or do you discard first?
I think it's draw and discard, but... my memory is not super solid.
Yeah, I don't see it too often. And I don't play a lot of Kano in the Brute to know. But yeah, it looks like it is draw and then discard. Now he's praying...
Look at those hands shaking. Mom
Shaking.
Spaghetti. Mom Spaghetti. Oh, that's the one.
Oh.
Double Intimidate.
Yeah, the Master does get the double Intimidate, right?
This is probably lethal, right?
Oh, I would assume this has to be lethal.
I think so.
I can't imagine that it's not.
I mean, the hands are shaking. Mom Spaghetti. He's ready.
He's undefeated. He knows.
So that's going to be...
Pitch. Whoop. Get rid of that last card.
So we got +4 on 7. So we have 11, and he cannot block. And he's
got one block on his skull cap, but and on his tunic actually.
Yeah, and he dies.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because he's at 9, right? Yeah, so it's exact lethal. Until he flips the Fate Foreseen from his arsenal that he's been saving for those darn Iras that are running the needle.
Sigil of Solace, you never know.
Oh, you know what? You're not wrong.
Yeah.
We'll see. I doubt it.
Is he moving to reactions?
Bro! Way! No way! I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Oh my god!
I love the reactions. He does the hand. I was like, all right, he's slow rolling. Battle Mage.
When I said Fate Foreseen, I was memeing.
Yeah.
And it turns out it was a meme because it's a sink below. That's crazy. I never in a million years would I have expected that. And keep in mind that that you've only...
Oh, dude, it's GTL Kano. Yes. This is so good, dude. I ran these exact cards too. Well, I didn't run Ravenous, but like that's spicy.
That is crazy.
This is Ravenous
That's crazy.
This is Ravenous for 2.
I am.
Dude, this is legit undefeated GTL Kano right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's, he's been getting all his opponents with a commit your Skullhorn to this insane attack, so I can sink below and ruin your day.
GTL is Gym Tan Laundry. It's like
Jersey Shore thing.
Jersey Shore. I don't know. Basically means muscle Kano.
Brendan watched a lot of Jersey Shore back in the day, so that's why.
It's actually the deck. I love it.
Whoa.
So good.
Wow.
Yeah, you thought you were coming to a Kano match.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought I knew everything that was going to be happening.
Kano's been hitting the press, bro. He's looking thick.
He's benching 325 nowadays.
Yeah. And I just gonna hit that stir in the arsenal and do a stir forked, and it's like, bro.
Drawn to that snapback.
What am I playing against? If I hadn't seen the double Voltic, I would actually also think it might be like singleton Kano, which would be the ultimate style points.
No, not today.
Oh my god! There's my expectation of this round, and then where we ended up.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I thought this was gonna be over turn 1 when he played that.
The Rhino. Can you imagine being the Rhino player and he's like reactions? You're like, what?
Oh man, if I were the Rhino player, I would have BM2 and stuck my hand out and been life for a life. Oh my god. I would have stuck my hand out and been like, good game, sir. And then he would have flipped the sink below and just completely taken all of my expectations of the match, subverted them.
Yeah, this is the future. This is the future right here. I love this.
Is this the New Zealand tech that we haven't known about? Is that what this is?
Oh my god.
Or is this the New Jersey tech?
This is the Jersey check, bro.
This is the Jersey tech.
It's summertime. He's on the shore.
It's gotta be.
It's so good. So good.
Him and Snooki came up with this.
Yo, I'm telling you, it's like GTL Kano's a legit tech. I spent I spent a significant amount of my lifetime trying GTL Kano.
Trying to get it to work. Hey, like you got 2 wins on 2-time calling champion.
Oh, way more than 2, bro.
Way more than 2?
I'm telling you,
Oh
it's a real
God.
deck.
That's crazy. What was he playing? That's what I want to know. Is he
Everything,
playing Reinhardt?
everything.
Did he turn one Blood Rush Bellow you into?
Yeah, I can't imagine
Somehow-
Reinhardt.
somehow
I can't
close.
imagine Reinhardt is an easy matchup, but geez, that was that
crazy.
sync below is like that's my favorite. I'm clipping that. That's
Yeah,
great.
that's another one of those Gauntlet moments, man. Keep an eye out on what time we're at in the stream because we're gonna need to clip that for sure.
So good.
That's up there with Mr. FAB Tuileries sandbagging the sigil.
Bro, this is so good. And then the Crucible. Okay, it's only a blue snapback. I thought it was gonna be like something huge. Oh, we still have the boots up. Okay, we're down to 7. So now we just draw the stir fort.
And call it a day.
It's so good to just see a brew that's just owning.
Yeah, this is keep in mind, like Brendan said earlier, this is the top tables of this event. This is table 1, I believe, right? Both
Yep,
players
undefeated
at this point. So the Kano has been kind of running through, and here you cannot let him draw, nor can you let him intimidate.
Yo, speaking of Kano, we see an Eye of Ophidia on the other side.
Eye of Ophidia. I was like, I thought he was drawing. I didn't realize it was an Eye of Ophidia. I was like, huh? All right, so yeah, you definitely cannot let this this Blood Rush Bella go off. You will surely lose the game. It's time to go for the game. The issue is, I don't know if you can with what's in your hand because of this, the whole Gym Tan Laundry Kano thing. But let's see if he drew into Stir Fort. I mean, he
yellow
defeated.
Yellow. That's Predatory Assault, right?
Yes.
What is that? Is that
or riled up?
Is that 5 though, or is it? It's 6. It's 6. Okay, yeah. For a second, I was like,
yeah, riled up is 6.
Yeah. Oh man, if he has another defense reaction in the arsenal, I'm gonna lose it.
Let him intimidate. I'm actually shocked, appalled. He saw those 2 cards that he's drawing into. Remember, so he knows what's coming.
He did.
There you go. It's a barraging beatdown. Well, yeah, he opted to with the Eye of Ophidia, and he put them both back on top, if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yeah, but the Reinhardt. Oh yeah, okay, got it. Yep,
So,
double top.
I might have gone for it, but I'm assuming that because the Kano player didn't go for it here, he didn't have it.
Oh,
We are rolling.
that's a scab skin.
Oh, it's a 6.
Yo,
Oh,
damn.
my goodness gracious. That's 2 free swings on the
Okay. There's no way. There's no way. I don't care.
It's
Yeah,
impossible.
there we go.
Just scoop it up. Let's go. All right.
that's
Well,
so
Gym
good.
Tam Laundry Kano almost did it. I'm
Well, he's gonna be in top
shocked.
8, and like I know the first match we're watching in top 8. That's gonna be GTL.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Sounds about right.
Oh.
I am hyped up and ready for that. That sounds awesome.
Wow, that is that is the most enjoyable experience I've had on Gauntlet in 10 weeks. That's so good. So
I
good.
can't believe what
All right.
I've just seen.
All right, we're gonna hit a quick break. Then we have round 6, and then it's top 8, and we get to see more of this Kano deck in top 8, which most likely I think so. I think that they're pretty much locked, so I'm very excited. With that, we're gonna shout out Deck Edge, our sponsor since the beginning. It is Gauntlet week 10. Deck Edge has been in the Gauntlet since week 1, so thick and thin, and it's only getting better. You know, almost 60 signups this week. It's just been crazy. So big shout out to Deck Edge. Got a Patreon. If you're able to get in, it's MSRP on first edition, all kinds of good stuff. It's usually full, but if you hit him up with a direct message, tell him you came from Gauntlet, you might be able to snag a spot for Kingdoms. So with that, we'll take a quick break, and we'll see you around 6. Thanks so much. All right, welcome back to round 6 of Gauntlet Week 10. We actually do have a win and in game for top 8. We're going to have Sam Yoon on the Ira, and it's going to be Honestly Sarcastic on the Kano. So Sam Yoon, Canada's hope here. I know it looks like Nia's going to be in, but here we go. And, I still have... Dante, you are muted. I do not have you muted. There you go. You are still muted, my friend.
There we go. I gotcha. I didn't realize I was muted. Did you server mute me or did I mute myself?
You muted yourself.
No, I'm just a monkey. Okay. Well, I was saying that actually Sam is not from Canada. Funny enough.
Really?
Sam is from the. I don't even know what it is, but he's from New Jersey. I'm pretty sure. That's not a state. New Jersey is in. I have no clue. I don't live in the U.S. I have no idea.
You know, I'm just not even gonna tell you the answer to that one.
What is it? Where is New Jersey? You tell me. Is it it's not a state. I know it's not a state, but where is New Jersey located?
I think it's a continent, right? All right, so Ira versus Kano. How do you feel as the Ira player?
I feel like I want to be out of this matchup because I don't like playing against Kano.
Oh, come on. It's got to be right. It's not too bad.
I happen to be very unlucky against Kano, so me personally, I want to be out of this, but a lot of Kano players will tell you that this is their hardest matchup by far, so
yeah.
It can't be that bad for the Ira unless you're Dante. But we'll see how Sam fares. I think his last match on stream that was on a Gauntlet stream was against the Kano, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure he also got extremely unlucky and lost, so... I think he might be feeling the exact same way that I do right now. But we'll see. Your job as Ira is to like out aggress the Kano and win the die roll to go second. Otherwise, it's going to be really tough. And it looks like Sam did just that because the Kano player looks like he's going first here.
Yeah, Sam's just leaving his cards on the table. But we're going to start out with a Crucible, pitching a blue. Getting some chip damage in. There's going to be an Aether Flare red coming in for 4. Not too scary at this point. Just pitch a blue. Could be a Voltic Bolt. Ooh, so... Okay, we do pitch for 3.
Blocking with a C and C2. Now, that's a card that you definitely... I usually find that that's like the...
Very good, right?
The card that you want to be holding on to be honest with you.
Snapback for 4. That's a punish.
Yeah.
Hopefully Sam does have the blue in hand.
Oh, he takes the 4.
He is not taking
he's putting his opponent down. I thought he was putting himself down. I was like, what? Why is he taking 4 damage?
Well, he has 2 reds in hand, so he's going to take 2.
Yeah, yikes.
Yep.
Not great. So he's going to end up taking 2 damage.
Honestly, 17 is not the end of the world, though. We'd see the same result as if that was a Voltic Bolt. So, not good, not terrible for our Ira player.
Yeah, it is what it is, basically. But we'll see what Sam ends up drawing here. Hopefully after that almost all red hand, it's not an all blue hand. Although I guess that's not the worst thing in the world when you're playing against the Kano, but it doesn't let you play on that aggressive game plan that you want to be going for here.
Yep, so the standard Kodachis.
And we'll see what else he comes in with. I mean, depending on what's in your hand, this might be the turn to use your Snapdragon Scalers and just get all the cards out of the Kano's hand.
Yeah, we got an E-Strike for 7. We're floating 1 resource. Yeah, we could Snapdragon into like a Pounding Gale, right?
Yep, exactly. Torrent of Tempo, something along those lines.
Yep. So Ira is on the Null Rune 3. That is very standard. I know back in Season 1, there was a bit of a discussion around Null Rune 3 and Null Rune 4. If you run Null Rune 4, you're probably just going to get OTK'd by a more patient Kano. But who knows? Yeah,
playing against the better Kanos, they'll just set up their pitch, then they're double blazing you for game, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
So that's why the Null Rune 4 strategy's kind of gone out the window. Most people are on that Null Rune 3 with the boots for the ultra aggressiveness and just going, as hard as you can, as fast as you can. It looks like he's arsenaling that last card. It might be something like that, something that you want to get in. Ooh, it looks like he's not arsenaling that last card. It looks like he's holding the blue.
Sandbag in the blue, yeah.
Oh, what? No. You're lying.
2 of them. Let's go. Dude, you said Sam's from Jersey,
Sam was
right?
from New Jersey. Well,
Yeah.
so is this Kano player
Yeah.
apparently, because we got another Gym Tan Laundry Kano. Wow.
Muscle Kano coming in with the Ravenous Ravel. We got a Flick Flack on it, so that's like, well, the Kano's probably not actually gonna get punished for that because it's probably gonna come in with arcane damage.
Probably gonna come with arcane next.
Oh, he will get punished.
Are they on the same
Bruh.
deck? They've got to be friends, and they've got to have been like, yo, yeah, like this deck is the truth, and they're on the same deck. There's
Yeah.
no other way.
Well, if this Kano player wins, he'll probably be the bottom seeded player in top 8, I think. So they might actually play each other, 2 GTL Kanos.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked. I'm shocked. The good thing here is that like the Ira has no armor to defend with, right? So
Yeah, but he just blocks for 5 and he goes, okay, I put something on the top of the deck, right?
yeah, and then you draw back into it.
There we go.
The issue is if he still has a blue. Is there anything in his graveyard that doesn't cost anything? I don't think so. I think it's Aether Flare, Snapback.
Yeah, it's just
Aether Flare. Yeah, so never mind.
yeah,
I was
just
gonna say if there's something that doesn't cost anything, you could pitch and play it off the top.
yeah,
but
Kano it.
I don't think he's going to. So it looks like he's just putting the red Aether Flare back on top.
Do we expect?
And he is Kanoing it.
Oh,
Does
he had one floating.
Oh, he does have one.
Oh,
Floating.
Ravenous is
Oh,
0.
man.
Yeah. Wow.
And now we're coming in for 4. Pitch and block 3, take 1. Yep.
What is this? Is this a known Kano archetype? Yes, it is. It's called Gym Tan Laundry Kano or GTL.
It's not. Nobody plays this, all right? I don't want you guys to get it twisted because Brendan's going nuts here. Brendan's an old man. He doesn't understand. He's senile right now. He just doesn't get it.
So,
but nobody plays this, all right?
Dante is a little.
This is the first time anybody's ever seen this, including me.
I played this for a while. So Dante's a meta slave. He only plays the top decks. He gets off FAB TCG.com. This is the secret: is the Gym Tan Laundry Kano. You play this weird hybrid deck that's like comes honestly it's great. I love it. You can disagree.
Listen, this is ultra entertainment. I will not lie to you.
Voltic for 6 though.
But I feel like it risks bricking super hard.
You just never Kano, brother.
I guess, but he Kano turn 1, did he not?
Just roll the dice.
Like if you saw Cadaver's Contraband on top turn 1, what are you gonna do?
So yeah, to answer your question in chat, we actually have 2 players that are top tables on this Kano archetype. I don't know if they're on the same deck, but it looks like it. Because Ravenous Rabble, because like I would understand like, okay, so we're gonna build GTL Kano. Okay, we can put it in Cadaver's Contraband, that makes sense. But like the Ravenous Rabble will brick on a lot of blues, so if both players are running Ravenous Rabble, I feel like it's the same list. Just because it's like a super interesting choice, but we're down 12 as the Ira player, and likely just going to Arsenal pass here. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think you like. I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest here. I've never played against this deck. I've never seen this deck before today. Brendan told me it existed, but he also told me it sucked.
Nah, bro. Spark up that webcam. I'll show you.
Okay. All right, buddy. How about we play some games tomorrow and you show me the truth? But I'm pretty sure you told me that this deck is no bueno.
Torrent Tempo for 5. We do pitch a red for it, so we could be sandbagging the blue in hand. We have 1 card in Arsenal, nothing floating.
Pitching the blackout kick. Interesting.
Oh, and he's running the I didn't even notice he's running Arcanite Skullcap. This has got
to actually.
It's got to be the same list. I love it.
It's got to be. 2 buddies crafting together, making an unstoppable Kano deck. Just can't be beat.
I love it. Yeah, so for me, I prefer the Talismanic Lens because I think it's the most powerful card in the Kano deck. Well, outside of boosts, right? But if half of your deck is attack actions, then it's not as good.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. It's like now I actually have to be worried.
Dude, it's the same list. Yeah.
It's the same deck for sure.
Oh, there's defense reaction.
1000%, it's the same deck.
Dude, this is so good. I'm just totally nerding out because this is awesome.
This was Brendan's bread and butter for 3 weeks until he dropped it because as he told me.
So yeah, how it happened.
I guess these two have figured out the truth. They know. they got the real deck here, and
Yeah.
they're coming in hot with it.
So in Skirmish Season 1, I went on a vacation to Colorado for like 3 weeks, right? And I just like lived there for a bit. And I only brought my Kano cards. And right before I left, I was like, you know what? I'll bring like some GTL Kano cards, see if we can brew it up. And so for a solid week there, I literally only played this deck to have fun. So, and there's the red Zap coming in for 4. Look at this.
Is that a red Zap off the top?
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
So you just got to pitch your deck, play to your outs, and rip it right off the top, baby.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go.
Oh my god. I feel like Sam's probably pretty frustrated right now seeing the Zap come off the top. Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
It's just a better Rune Blade, right? Like Rune Blade comes in from it's got these little pings. He's like, nah, you're coming in for like 6 and then 6 physical, and oh, that's crazy. But I'm loving it. We're seeing this. It seems like he's running hot here too. Just ripping the zaps
of course he's running out. He's ripping and gripping straight off the top. Oh my god. He blocks the rifting damage so he doesn't get the action point, and he's like, oh, well, I got an extra blue in my hand. Let's see what I get. And then he hits the zap. It's like, okay. All right, buddy boy.
Yeah.
Now Sam
could have been worse. Could have hit a potion, right?
Oh, it would be so ridiculous, man. So Sam's got 1 card in hand here.
Ooh.
You got to think that Kanoing there was probably a one of. Like he's not going to be doing that very much. So you don't.
I
really
think he does it here, right? Oh, he lets Sam draw up, so he's got some attack actions in the hand. Let's go.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's going to be Kanoing very much. I think Sam has to kind of switch.
Do we hit a red? Do we hit a red?
Tell me he hits a red volt.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
I love the 4. He gives it the little. He gives it the. What do you call these when they do the fingers like this? You see the 4? Yeah, I love it.
Oh man, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Can't believe it.
Yeah, it's weird when you just like start getting lightened, right? Command and Conquer block. It's gonna take, I believe, 1. Yep, down to 10. We got a red Voltic on top. Yep, Raffle does make sense because he can see if he'll Kano after. That is correct. It does give you a free opt.
Dude.
Jazz hands. There we go. Everything has got jazz hands. It's like 4 with jazz hands. I love it.
If I was in Sam's position right now, I would be so pissed.
How funny is this? How funny is this Cadaverous with the 1 floating? You put the Aether Flare on top, pitch it, and then play it. Oh, it's like a must block, and he has no armor. Oh, Sam's having to relearn Flesh and Blood on the fly here.
Dude, it's so true. This is like nothing he or I have ever seen before.
Yep, he's got the red Voltic on top as well. Yeah, spice.
Look like
he's got Tunic resources as well. So let's say he blocks his Cadaverous Contraband. He goes Kano, Tunic, Voltic Bolt. Yep.
I know. That's the thing. You fully block the Cadaverous, you still just pitch, and then you Voltic Bolt.
This is just knight to e4 checkmate, brother.
I know. Hey, listen, man. This is insane. Now, tell me this. I look at this deck, and I see unbelievable inconsistency.
Oh.
Now, tell me I'm wrong, and tell me why.
So, I mean, you got a free opt with the Ravenous Rabble, right?
I don't think the Raffle is gonna make the deck consistent. I feel like I don't know.
You want me to
very good.
You want me to sit here and tell you that this deck is consistent?
For me, let me put it to you this way. Let me give you this deck through my eyes. You're basically playing bad ninja starting at 5 less life.
Okay, or you're playing overpowered Rune Blade, because instead of 1 rune chant, it's Voltic Bolt for 6 and then attack action.
Okay, sure.
This is a funny board state though. It's the Ravenous Rebel revealing the red Voltic Bolt, playing the Cadaverous Contraband. He has the Aether Flare in the graveyard. If he doesn't block the Cadaverous Contraband completely, he gets. Dude, they say Dante needs to respect GTL. I agree with you. Dante does.
Shut up, chat.
It's summertime. We're ready.
Shut up, chat. You guys are such trolls.
Is there a deck list anywhere? There is not, but I
Oh.
do recommend that you message one of these Kano players. Usually we have their Discord names up here, so you can message them, and most people are happy to oblige. But we don't require a deck list. Sam's tanking on this. He's like doesn't know.
Well, it's either block it here and take 5 damage, or don't block it all and then take 4 damage. I mean, like, what choice do you have?
Dante has never tanned or done his own laundry in his life. Agreed.
Okay, who said that? Was it Melanzana? That little.
Nope.
Never mind. Probably Demos then.
Oh, so blocking for 3, so we're gonna get Aether Flared. Let's go.
Something tells me 2 more reds in hand, or something just as depressing.
Yep.
It's gonna be a free ping for 1 damage, I think, at least, because you pitch and then you play the. Or is Cadaver's Contraband mandatory? Do you know? I don't see that card ever.
I don't know if it's mandatory.
No, he had no blue in hand, and I guess he chose not to. No, he is. He's putting it back on. Oh, it's the blue.
He put the blue, yeah. So he's fixing.
Yeah.
He's fixing the draw. Kano put in those reps for summer. Yep, hitting the squat rack. I like it.
This is the most ridiculous deck I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, everybody thinks Kano's like this little scrawny magician, but nice. Look at him. Look at him now.
I'm choking on my water over here. Whew, man.
This is the 2021 glow up for Kano. Just full GTL. Rabble, Cadaverous Contraband, Rifting. I love it because it's the same list. Like I thought I would never see that list ever again, and boom, next game there it is. We gotta.
Did you know that he was on this Kano?
No, I didn't.
I did, or was it just random?
But I agree with what chat said. I said we got a situation over here. Dude, I don't pee myself. This is ridiculous.
It's t-shirt time.
Cabs are here.
Oh god. Well.
Oh, dude, he jazz fingered the 4 again.
Yeah.
Take 4. Let's go.
Takes 3 damage for free.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll see what else is
so GTL, can we close it out at 4? Because most Kanos 4 is easy pickings. But okay, we're pitching again. We're gonna Kano off the top. Oh, is that blue? If it's red, it is
a blue zap.
Okay, yeah. I think Sam
with the yeah. Come on.
Come on.
Makify. I love that. Alrighty, now Sam's got to decide who wants to block this one too.
Nah, go to 3.
Oh man. I think go to 3 is the play here.
I'm surprised you said Sam's from Jersey, but he doesn't know about this deck.
I think he spends time abroad as well. He may be from Jersey, but he spends time in multiple countries.
Got it. GTL.
No.
Got a situation over here.
Not too familiar with GTL.
Oh man,
it's so crazy.
I love watching Sam figure out this puzzle.
Yeah, week 10 Gauntlet. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's what it's all about.
We were on table 1 last time. Our players are undefeated.
It's so wild. How does this deck do into regular Kano?
I've actually won the so. Guy was asking me about this in between rounds. I've actually won a few mirrors with it, but obviously it's a bit inferior to the Kano in the mirror, just because that's a very explosive kind of game. But yeah. I mean, it's interesting because they're running like the Riftings and the Cadavers. I like the Cadavers. We've seen it be successful here, but like you could play like CNC in it. I know like Pursuit of Knowledge was one of like the first things you think about including, and then I don't think Nourishing fits into GTL, but I'm talking about this like this is a developed archetype. It's pretty unknown.
Yeah. I don't think I think these are the only 2 guys.
When I won the mirror was the other Kano awake, asking for a friend. Well, he was actually a 2-time calling champion. So.
Was he playing one of Kano when you were playing the
don't-
mirror though?
Yeah, he was playing Singleton Kano or
Yeah.
three of a kind OTK Azalea. I mean, there's tons of spice. There's so many decks and Blitz that they're spicy. So we got
this one is spicy.
pounding for
that's
lethal,
sure.
but we do have a okay.
So
We
he's
can't.
coming in pounding for 5. I assume he's gonna break the boots and then just come in with something else afterwards.
Surely, and then we just
Or just like Kadachi, pitch, and then play whatever's in his arsenal.
yeah. I don't know what's in his hands or what's on top of his deck, obviously, but the traditional thing is here. We block with Tunic, go to one, make him commit, and then you just. All right, I'll block first.
But we'll
What do we? Oh, we
opt
Kano'd.
first for Kano. Yeah.
Yeah.
One on the bottom, one on top. Okay.
Is that a blue
What
Scalding
is
Rain?
it? A red Scalding Rain?
Oh yeah, babe. Yeah, let's go.
Red Scalding Rain.
Yeah. And then you block with Tunic.
Yep. Go to 1.
Yeah, block with Tunic for sure.
Well, you float your resource and then you block with Tunic.
Yeah, of course. Okay, we're gonna Kano again.
Oh,
Boots with the stir.
we're going commitment here.
Okay, all right, we're Crucible.
From
And what do we?
Arsenal?
Oh,
Stir from Arsenal?
ooh,
Aether
Aether
Flare
Flare.
from Arsenal.
Aether Flare for
For
5.
5. Yep.
And then I'm trying to think about how much is this Scalding Rain for. I just haven't played Scalding Rain so far. Aether Flare for 5. Jazz Hands.
I don't know
Let's go.
how much Scalding Rain does either. I think Scalding Rain is 3?
2.
I'll Google it.
Oh,
in a sec.
yeah, thanks. You hit that. I think it's for 4. He's doing like Jazz Hand 4 here, and he's 5. Jazz Hand's emote, I wish.
Scalding Rain comes in for 4 arcane damage.
4 arcane damage. Costs
Wow.
how much? 0? Or 1?
Cost 1.
Yep, 1. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Sam's in the tank. He's like, how am I going to block this? So we're going to have a Metacarpus nodes on that as well. So Sam takes at least 2. That makes the 4 6, and we make it 7. I mean, Sam's dead. Unless he needs a sigil.
Yeah.
Even if he has sigil, right?
Nope, that's it. He's got a red in hand. Sam says good game, and
There we go.
Kano player, I think both end up in the top 8 after that. So
Do you have a muscle emote?
we'll be excited to see him again. I think there is a muscle emote in Twitch chat. I'm not sure.
If there is one, just spam it, and I'll just do it a million times. That was great.
Can also spam Pog champs.
Yeah.
So
Let's get some of those in there. That's pretty
it
good.
is a bit of a Pog champ.
Poly D emote. Yeah, there we go. we got DJ honestly sarcastic up here, just whipping out the GTL Kano, and that was a win in for top 8, I believe. So we will have 2 GTL Kanos in top 8. We might see a mirror. Oh my God, would that make my life complete? But with that, we are gonna head into top 8. That was round 6. Quick shout out to our sponsor, Deck Edge. He does run a Patreon that sells it close to MSRP on first edition product, mind you. So if you're able to get in, that's the place to go if you're collecting or playing. His Patreon is pretty hard to get into, but he opens spots just for Gauntlet viewers and players. So if you hit him up through a direct message, he's on Discord. Tell him you're coming from Gauntlet. You might get in before Kingdoms. With that, jeez, my throat. I got too excited with the GTL. Yeah, but with that, we'll take a quick break and then come back for top 8. We have 2 GTL Kanos. Let's go. right, welcome back for top 8. We had a little bit of a delay there, but we are here now, and it is going to be FAB, a Canadian. So Canada trying to go for a back-to-back win on Gauntlet, but on the other side of the table, that's a GTL Kano. That's going to be Manton from, I think it was our round 5 that we spectated. But first, I want to tell you we are actually joined by Mike C., last week's Gauntlet champion, and a fellow Canadian. So Dante, Mike, tell me about this matchup. Tell me what you think of GTL Kano, and I'm gonna go ahead and update these names.
Mike, I want to hear from you. You're a champion, okay? I never won one of these.
Sure, you did.
I'm awful, washed up, garbage. But we got new blood in Canada, new lifeblood. His name is Mike, and he knows what to do. So you tell me what the IRA player needs to do in this matchup to beat these seemingly undefeatable Gym Tan Laundry Kanos.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I appreciate the invite to come and spectate and commentate. If I were to give my opinion, I can. First of all, I think FAB is making a big mistake with the 4 null rune. I think he should just straight up disrespect the Kano, not care, not block, and just race him right to the bottom. Because there's, with all the reds and all the attack actions in that deck, it's highly unlikely that he's going to be able to just start ripping cards off the top.
Yeah, and, I agree. Knowing, like, I don't know if he's seen the stream or not, to be honest with you, but if he's seen the stream, he should know what's happening right now.
Yeah.
He should not be running Null Root 4. That is...
Null Root 4's got to be rough because we got a lot
of... Yeah, not what you want to be running here.
Bro, says that, whoa, don't shoot your mom away. She gave birth to you.
I don't know what she's coming in for, but I got to get her out of here.
I thought that was going to be a guest appearance. What happened?
No. I mean, my mom would love to do commentary, but she asked me, she was like, I basically told her before. I was like, yeah, I'm doing commentary for the tournament tonight. And she's like, oh, okay, I won't bug you. She started coming in here. I was like, oh, Mike, get out of here. I'll come talk to you after the game's done.
I guess she came down to the basement to collect your plates and stuff.
No, I'm upstairs in the family room, bro.
Upgrade.
Not a basement dweller.
Let's go Kano.
A family room dweller.
Let's go Kano is right. It's summertime on the Jersey Shore, and these guys are whipping out the spice. Ooh, leg tap for 5. So starting off strong. We talk about disrespecting the Kano. I mean, I guess you're right. You do want to just overcommit, make them have it. It's significantly less likely that they're going to be able to get the spell they need off the top, like it's versus a traditional Kano list.
Yeah. It's I really think he needs the Snapdragons to really have the pressure, but I guess he has to go with what he's got now.
Yeah.
I think he thinks that this is regular Kano, and now he sees a life for a life that he's blocking with. He's rethinking every decision he's ever made in his entire life.
Interesting.
Does not look fun to block against, but we'll see here. He's chipping in damage.
He doesn't commit. Yeah, I thought he might commit to a flying kick there, or like an E-strike, just full on. After you see the life for life, it's relatively safe, I guess. But anyway, back to GTL's turn. Turn 1. Let's see what he's got. Okay.
Pitching gaze to Kano could be good. Could also be very bad. And of course, it's good. So
it's a blue. It's a blue.
Yeah, it's a blue. It's not the best in the world, but it's not like a Ravenous Rabble or something like that, which is what I would assume that you'd be getting if you were to blind Kano off the top. So it is some arcane damage coming in, which is nice to see. He still has his action point as well, so he can still come in with, I don't know, what else are they running? Cadaverous Contraband for 6 or something like that?
Yep, that is pretty standard out of this list.
Were you running Cadaverous Contraband in your list, Brennan?
I was not. I opted more for the Pursuit of Knowledges and Command and Conquers and E-Strikes.
Would you say that this list is more refined than yours?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a mere peon to this list.
I see.
But seriously, both
you weren't a complete savant and made the best list right off the bat.
I mean, they're both undefeated. None of their opponents know what they're going up against. There's a huge edge to be had when your opponent doesn't know how to pre-board effectively against you. Like the first constructed calling was essentially won off of this concept itself. It was the first Ninja Control deck was brought, and everybody pre-boarded absolutely incorrectly against it, and it was a huge edge. That being said, I don't know if GTL Kano is, at the same power level, but we do see, here, a Null Rune 4. Surely that's not the correct decision versus this list.
Oh yeah, definitely not against this list, that's for sure.
You have to assume he just had no idea. I mean, if I see Kano, I'm not thinking I'm getting Ravenous Rabbled and
Yeah, no,
everything
definitely
else.
not.
Yeah, but
Definitely not.
moving forward, you're gonna be thinking about it. You're
Probably just these particular names. I'm gonna assume that if I see any other Kano, it's just gonna be a standard Kano list.
If they win a Gauntlet, I'm pumping this list. I'm full on advertising.
I would be happy to see tons of these type of Kanos going forward.
Ooh, there we go. Sink below. Full
It would
block.
make me very happy too, Mike. I'm 100% with you on that one. I can't wait for everybody to get on this list so that I don't have to worry anymore.
Oh my god. That's what
I'm
you said.
disrespecting it a little now, but when it becomes the Gauntlet champion, I'm gonna be eating my words.
It's the words of a net decking Ira player. Like, come on. Just get
Hey
outta
man,
here.
I'm not gonna deny it. That's exactly what I am. I am a net decking Ira player, and that is
Ooh,
what I want
scar
to
for a
do.
scar. I did run these though. I did run scar for scars.
See,
Automatically.
I feel like you just don't block this.
Oh, I mean,
Absolutely
I
not.
feel like you can't. Like, if you do,
Yeah,
it's just
you
like
eat it.
you just get hit by you block this and get hit by a Voltic Bolt for 6. It's like, ugh.
No, I think you just take it.
Need to pressure the Kano in this scenario since they can't really effectively go off the top to close out the game. Fall 2, he's holding up the hand. He's like, what the heck is this?
Yeah, that's our second hand of the day, where it's like, what on earth is happening here? I think Sam's was more the frustration that the rips off the top were pretty good. This one was more like, what on earth is happening right now? He's getting thrown for a loop the same way that I was for the first 2 games. Now I know what to expect. It's all coming together.
So tanking on this block. I wonder if he's thinking about flick-flocking it.
No, I think he had a life for life in his hand.
Ah, there you go.
So I guess he figures he's not getting lower on life anyway, so he might as well just throw it in front of the scar for scar, block a couple damage. And we'll see what the follow-up is here.
Oh,
Keep in mind he does have that E-pot up.
Just a blind Kano.
Yeah.
Oh!
Nothing good on top.
Yeah, nothing good on top.
So I'll just zap you for 3 anyway. See if he's got anything to block with. It looks
Okay,
like he's just
down to
taking it here,
15.
which I think is the right decision.
I agree.
And now it's just come back in with a hot and heavy hand and try and get even more damage in.
Let's see what. It's kind of weird with there being. I mean, obviously we've talked about this a few times, but there's no Snapdragons on the other side of the field, so I'm not really concerned about it. Like a 15 damage turn, 15 plus out of the IRA here.
Yeah, if I'm on Kano and I see 4 Null Rune, I'm pretty happy. I'm not worried about just getting blown out randomly.
Also, no needle. What do you think about that, Dante? Obviously, this list is running the sync blows, but the needle seems like it's just the standard choice for Kano at least.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange to see. I feel like Vom Tuileries is back in like the pre-calling meta when everybody was testing against Kano and they were running Null Rune 4 and no needle.
Yeah.
Because the Kanos were running things like Unmovable and
One
stuff like that.
unmovable, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like he knows that there's sync belows in this deck, but then he also ran Null Rune 4. So it's I don't know. It's tough to say, but I definitely think that in any Kano matchup, you definitely want to be running the Snapdragon scalers. Otherwise, it's incredibly difficult to win. They just set up for a huge endgame and completely blow you out. Like Mike said, it's not really that scary for them. The Snapdragons are kind of the difference maker in the game. So
When you see an Ira wait that long to pitch a card to decide to Kadachi, it's almost guaranteed they don't have a blue.
oh, for sure.
Yeah, I was wondering what we were thinking about there. It's like some
He
serious-
did have first hand he had 2 blues, and then second turn he had 2 blues. So it's almost highly unlikely that he's gonna see that ever again this game. It's gonna be 1 blue per hand, probably. Anyways.
There's
Yeah,
one
it's
thing I
not-
know about Falm Tuileries is that he likes to sandbag his blues and his sigils.
True.
This man is a Kano mind game player.
Yeah. I mean, currently he's got to just be putting the jigsaw puzzle together in his brain as to what's going on right now, because he probably still has no idea. Even I don't know. And I've casted 2 of these games already. I still have no clue what's going on. So
I do.
it's just the most insane gameplay of all time.
This is just GTL.
Only our GTL Kano expert knows exactly what's happening here.
Okay, you strike 7. So this is what we talked about. This is that disrespect, right? This is what we need. This is trying to make a Kano habit. You're on 15, so you're even safe. Like, it's not going to happen, but say you had Stir Forked, Metacarpus Nodes, Crucible, it's only 14 damage.
No, I agree. He should have disrespected him here because there's just no way he's going to rip cards off the top that he wants. He probably has at least 1 red attack in his hand.
Yeah. Let me see the sink there.
Sink below, easy 4 block, take 3. And then you still got 3 cards to come back with. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Ravenous Rabble into Cadaverous Contraband combo.
Interesting choice on the sink below, the Fate Foreseen. Since they seem to run the Rabble to get that opt, right?
Yeah.
In a somewhat heavy blue deck.
Could be the Rabble coming through now. He saw blue on top or something, so he put it on the bottom to hopefully hit the red.
Nope, no Scar.
But nope, it is a Scar for Scar instead. Which is also pretty good. Let's see here.
Oh, Flick Flag.
Luck
There
of
we
the
go.
Flick Flag. Okay. Usually the most useless card against Kano. Now probably one of the better cards.
All right, we got a Crucible and
Just kidding. Not when you're Crucible.
Scalding for 5.
Scalding Rain, yeah.
Yep.
Yikes.
I feel like you just take it.
Yeah, I think you do just take it. Clap back with your whole hand, plus your arsenal. Hopefully something in your hand has go again too, so that you can extend some sort of long string of attacks.
Yeah, it's interesting because 10 is
The Kano hands.
10 is going to be traditionally a dangerous value, right? Especially when there's a potion and a Fiendal's Tunic counter on the field. But it's just so unlikely that we string together either like a Sonic Boom, combo, kind of cascading into each other, or that Stir Forked Metacarpus Node Crucible, which would be 14, so it would be lethal. But I do feel like Tomfoolery is sandbagging a Sigil of Solace in his arsenal. Because he has not used it yet, and that is the Tomfoolery special.
I 100% agree with you. I haven't noticed, I haven't been watching too hard, but have these GTL Kanos actually been running Fork Lightning? I haven't seen one pitched or used.
True, I have not seen a Fork Lightning. Maybe
they
may opt to not play the Forked because it's too expensive.
Even Stir. Have you seen Stir?
I haven't seen.
Nope,
I haven't.
no
Well,
Stir.
no, I haven't seen Stir.
I think they're both too expensive, to be honest.
Yeah,
Well-
I feel like they're only playing 1-cost cards and Voltics.
Yeah, I would
It's
still.
just that you have Stir in your hand with like another like wizard card that you can actually buff effectively with it. I feel like it's pretty low because you have so many attack actions
Yeah.
that it does nothing on, right?
Yeah.
And now you have something that you're holding in your arsenal forever, and it's still expensive to get out.
There's definitely been no Chain Lightnings, no Sonic Booms.
Yeah.
No Forks.
No Sonic Booms. Yeah, it's interesting.
Has there
No
been
Stir.
lessons?
No lessons from what I've seen. No Stir is interesting though. I would keep the Stir just for the to be able to close out the game, right? Because you can just boot Stir and then.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you using your boots on? I guess just.
It seems like it's they're just trying to ping with snapbacks and Aether Flares.
Yeah, low to the ground. A lot of reds in these, zaps, scaldings, all that good stuff.
Yep. Just some quick and easy damage that is not easy to block. Yeah, and it looks like he is just taking the damage here. He has no fear. We'll see. Maybe it's not a Sigil of Solace in his arsenal. Perhaps it's like I don't know.
Flying kick.
Flying kick? That'd be pretty crazy.
Oh, that would be great.
I really feel like it's a sigil. I mean, that's just that's just farm foolery.
Yeah.
Kano's starting to get pretty low here.
I think he's still waiting for that Stir Forked combo though.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the reason that he's sandbagging it so hard is because he assumes that it's coming.
The Torrent would be nice too out of there right now.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if he had Snapdragon Scalers, how threatening it would be at this life total.
I crazy, or
Yeah,
would you rather not have the lens even in this build, just so you know what's there, so you have less guessing?
Well,
no,
yeah, I mean,
I'm with you. I think I'd prefer to have the lens, especially if you're in a situation where you need to play off the top, and you don't really have any other choice. I think the lens is super beneficial, right?
I think the
So,
lens is the strongest card in Kano outside of boots.
Yeah.
It's like I would almost never opt to not use it. Um, but that being said, it might have a lower efficacy in this sort of build. But we are gonna block with the tunic, which that tunic was at 3, right?
It was, yeah.
So he's just trying to not die to Razor. So he was putting the opponent on Razor Reflex and didn't want to die.
Life for a life. I
There
love
we
it.
go. Yeah, so okay, interesting. So we do opt to not effectively use that tunic resource, but play around Razor at that same time. I think that
there'll
based
be a
off.
two life swing here as well. So
Yep.
because I can't see him blocking with 2 cards from mana.
Could have the red flick though.
That'd be insane. Yeah, the red flick flack would be nice here, especially because he's probably coming in with that 2 cost attack after this. I don't think he's ripping off the top.
Even against this Kano deck, I'd be nervous going down to 6 with the boots still up.
Yeah.
Because chances are, I don't think we've seen a red Voltic yet, right? There's definitely 2 still in there.
Yes, there's
Yep.
still 2 red Voltics.
And if that's in his hand, and then just goes into Arsenal, boots.
So it gets it up to 7, low rune 4, take 3.
But if he commits a card here to block,
Man, Fumtulu's really trying to figure out this puzzle. He's taking his time.
Yeah. I feel like he is not too sure about what cards he wants to block with, and if he needs to keep blues in his hand to block arcane damage. But then he hasn't seen too much arcane damage, so why would he keep the blues? And I don't know. I feel like it is a big mystery that he's trying to solve here. Like Mike said, though, he's probably only got like 1 blue in hand at this point, just because we've seen double blue hands before.
Double block. Double
But is
flick.
double blue
No.
flick flack? Yikes!
I'm gonna guess that he definitely has another blue in hand then.
Oh, for sure.
I guess it pays off on the Cadaverous. But I mean,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, no resource floating, so he can't do the old. Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't be able to KO it anyway. He does have the E-Pot,
No.
but yeah, Cadaverous is just going to put a blue back on top, I assume.
Yep.
If it hits.
Fuel the next turn.
Do you let it hit?
Yeah,
Do
I
you
think
care
so.
if you
Yeah,
put
you
the...
just
It's
throw
a-
you
it's
just
a-
throw a combo card in front of it,
Yeah.
call it a day.
It's a double block to stop that hit. It's. Ugh.
Unless you have like literally nothing in your hand.
I guess, you know what, you're right. You use a combo card, blocks the whole thing.
It blocks 5
Well,
of
it
the
blocks
6.
5, yeah, so you'd still
Doesn't
have
it get the buff from both of them?
Oh, you
Both
yeah.
Oh, I don't know if he played it like
yeah,
that.
you'd
though.
have
I
to
think he
play
did.
it like that.
Yeah. That's some high level play, which I don't. The way that he put them both down at the exact same time, I don't think he would. You have to respond to one flick flack with another flick flack. and then-
You like respond to the trigger, right? Or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. I guess he didn't have
Yeah.
the combo card.
Yeah, and they
Yeah, it's like super
triggers resolve at
high
the same time.
level Ira gameplay, basically.
It's a funky FAB rules.
Yeah. The way that he put them both down at the same time, I don't think that he did that, unless he like verbally said it to his opponent. But I think that he just went block 4, not play a flick flack, respond to the trigger, play
Fair
another
enough.
flick flack, and then give +4 to whatever he defends with next.
Am I crazy, or do you not just take that damage instead and then just Kadachi then?
Yeah, if you don't have a
First
combo
step.
card, I think that you're just taking the damage, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Kadachi
Um,
CNC7 and just like you make him go off with a deck that probably doesn't go off very well, right? And there's no lens. He does have the boots. He does have an arsenal.
But he has a potion.
Yeah, I mean,
You'd be on 4, and you'd probably have a sigil and arsenal.
Well, he'd probably be on 3 after that, actually, because your Kadachi will bring him down to 3, and then you come in with CNC for 7. You're basically going to get at least 2 cards out of his hand after that for him to block, and if not, then he's
oh,
gonna just
sigil in
do
hand,
that.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
So up to 10.
It's for sure a Sigilless
Let's see
Arsenal.
if-
He hasn't played it yet, and something tells me it is.
Why wouldn't you want to respond to the flick flack trigger? There is no reason. I think it's always the right decision to make, but most people don't know that's a rule.
So
Yeah.
before this sigil goes off, he's gonna go off and try to kill him with
Yeah.
7. But I bet you there's a sigil in Arsenal he's gonna respond with first.
Wow. There it is.
Yeah.
He holds for a sandbag, bro.
I told you.
He's been holding that there for years.
That is classic
that goes
Fom
up.
Toolery.
So he
First.
goes up to
Yes,
10.
sir.
Goes down
Yes,
to 3.
sir. That is the absolute classic from him.
Dude, he does it every time he's on cam against Kano.
Down to 6. He had a feeling it was happening. He knew.
It's a 6, not 3, yeah.
That's why he kept it in there. And now he's got, what, 1 card to play with?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he could pitch it, gets like a Voltic Bolt off the top
Oh, it's
or
a
something
zap.
like that, and then E-pot it. But yeah, it's a zap, so.
Yeah, but you're not afraid now. There's no boots.
Yeah,
Nope.
exactly.
No boots.
Best case scenario, you have 2 blues. I would probably just block it just to stay safe and pitch to the
Yeah.
blue and attack.
Exactly. Figure out what you're playing on your next turn, and then just take every other card in your hand and block with it if they're not blue. If it's blue, then it's easy, especially if you have 2.
It's pretty funny how fast that Kano played that.
Oh, he was so
Oh,
excited.
he was
He was
so
so-
ready. He was like, "Ha, you
He was-
fool! You
He's
played
like, he's on
Sigil."
7. Easiest win
Gotcha.
of my life.
Dude, I think Fom like parked that in there. Like was like turn 1, like turn 0.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
it was turn
it
0.
was. That's his favorite play, and it worked out very well for him this time around.
All right, considering this block.
Yeah, it's looking like he doesn't have the blue in hand, or at least the double blue in hand, because I think he would have just thrown it in front of this right away.
Yep.
So now he's thinking about the next turn.
Ooh.
Ooh, something tells me that hand was all red.
CNC and what?
CNC and Pounding Gale.
Pounding Gale, yeah.
Yeah. No bueno, that's for sure. We'll see what
He
he
pitches a
kept
red
in his
here, I'm
hand.
scared for him.
Yeah.
If he pitches a red, I think he's in not the best spot to be in. But after drawing the 2 blue flick flack last turn, sometimes that happens. You get that
Honestly,
all
though,
red
without
hand right
boots,
after.
No boots, no lens, not having to not knowing what's on top,
Yeah. I
and
feel
like knowing that there's no big damage cards in this Kano deck, right? It's all ping damage. Like it's
just like-
hard to put together a 5.
yeah, it's just like they have Aether Flare reds, right? And I guess but that's just going nutty off the top. To play those, there's one more Voltic in the deck, right? But I mean, I don't think Fom Toolery knows any of that either. I mean, I'd probably
Oh,
still
he's
be.
just drawn up.
I'd still be.
He's Arsenal passing.
Yeah, I would
Name's
still.
a
I
great
would still be
podcast, by
expecting
the way.
Stir. Yeah, I would still be expecting Stir if I was Fom Toolery, just because.
No, I don't think a stir's coming.
Okay.
It is a red rifting. So I think you just throw 2 cards in front of this. One of those cards, just make it sure it's not blue, and then just Kadachi, something else. Pounding Gale.
The
Can't be
dream is that
flying
there's
kick.
a flick flack in the arsenal right now.
Yeah. Well, even if there's a flick flack in the arsenal, he still's blocking with 1 card from hand, but it would be super nice for him.
Well, yeah, if he doesn't want the rifting to hit.
Yeah, you definitely do not want that rifting to hit.
Well, yeah, because the E-pot, right? Like that's
yeah,
what
he
you're
has the
scared of.
E-pot, exactly. Yeah.
Double red again. Okay.
Blocks with a torrent and a pounding gale? What is left in your hand, my boy?
I think that's a flying kick.
Yeah, but you can't flying kick for 7. That's the issue.
No,
Unless
but
the
he
flying
blocked.
kick
He
is in
blocked
your
a torrent
arsenal.
and flying kick, not torrent and pounding gale. So it's
Oh, I thought it was a pounding gale.
yeah. I don't think he's ever getting off the flying kick.
Yeah, no, no tunic. So unless you arsenal it and you have 2 cards in your hand, it's just not happening.
Man, GTL Kano is grindy.
Yeah, it is. Taking Fom Tooler to his absolute limits.
Okay, E strike 7.
E strike for 7.
Sandbag
I
the
agree,
blue.
it's grindy, but I feel like it's because everyone's just too nervous about getting blown up like they're playing against a normal Kano deck.
You can only play off the top now because there's no boots or anything like that, so you really only have to worry about getting ultra sacked at this point.
Yeah, what's interesting is that this demands 2 cards because we know you use both sync blows.
Yeah.
Which is funny to say, but
Unless he's running Fate for Scenes too.
And you saw his last hand, like if FAB would have attacked even with his 2 cards in hand, it would have been worth his time because he pitched 2 reds to rift it, so he had 3 reds in his hand.
Yeah, and I think we assumed that he arsenaled a non-attack wizard spell, right?
Yeah.
He's planning to play off that rifting.
It might be a Ravenous.
Yeah, I mean,
Have we seen any Ravenous
No.
Rattles of the Wizard player? None yet?
Nope, still in the deck.
Yeah, it could be Ravenous.
And you'd hate to see that now.
Yeah.
Or anything with a go again would just be annoying.
I think FAB Tuler's getting a little unlucky and not seeing these the blues that he wants to be seeing, because otherwise, I mean, Kadachi, E-Strike just puts in a better
Ooh,
spot.
double red Aether.
Especially if he takes the first 2 Kadachis. But yeah, the red Aether Flares are gone now at the very least. Still sneaks a point of damage through. And then draws back up. No arsenal. So I think he did have a blue in hand.
I think so too.
I'd just go for it. He's not playing off the top, you know what I mean? Like there's no way that he chooses to play off the top
Is this our Voltic?
if it's all blind and you're coming in for
Ah, no, it's just Scalding.
near lethal damage.
Scalding for 5.
Yeah, he kept that blue in his hand though, so he has something to block with. He'll just go down to 4.
Go down to 4 if he wants to commit 2 cards, right? Which I guess he does. It's 3.
Well, my assumption is that he still has a blue in his hand. Oh, Scalding's for 5. Yeah, just
Yep.
kidding.
Scalding is for 5.
Yeah, so he does
Double
commit 2
blue.
cards. Goes down to 4. Okay.
So,
Wounding Blow. Haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, no, that's the Jacob Pearson, Matt Rogers calling special.
yeah, I mean, it's like the OG before there were other 0-3s you put in the deck.
Yeah,
But now the list is just so aggro anyway.
yeah. Alrighty, we'll see. We'll see what he's playing out here. He did have to pitch 2 blues to stop that, so he might not have much to play on his turn here. But if he pitches a blue, he's probably looking pretty good. And there's the fine center. Okay. So now he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if he double blue pitches there, he had the 3rd blue for sure.
Mm-hmm.
May even have a full grip of blues at this point. I'm just ready for us to start Kanoing off the top.
Yeah, this one's sneaking through for sure. And then it might be a Kano off the top.
I don't know.
Comes in, but it might also just be blocking. You only have 1 card in hand, right? So depending on what your hand looks like as the Kano player, the thought might just be block out this turn and try and maybe Kano off the top next turn.
The Kano, he really respects Razor. He threw away his Tunic to a Razor, so I think he blocks. Like he's,
blocks for 2.
Yeah, I think he's gonna block both Kadachis. Like he's really just playing around the Razor, because.
What lessons?
Okay.
Oh, so there's one. Okay, I mean, I guess it costs
Kano's
1.
Spice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
guess
does cost 1. Comes in for 3.
Yeah.
So. So keeping that blue in hand, it looks like.
Got our Voltic.
That was a 4 blue hand, was it not? In that case, because he pitched 2 and then he pitched 1 that turn and kept 1.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It
he's
was
just.
a 4 blue hand, but he's been drawing the 4 red hands pretty frequently. He's a bad shuffler, it seems. So
All right,
block
so
4 here.
2
Yeah,
down to
take
2. This is the first round of top 8. Oh,
Comes the snapback.
Snapback, yeah.
Ooh, with the snapback. Yeesh. 3 arcane damage. We got another blue to block that. Hopefully he's got another blue to block that.
yeah. So he's just trying to make him have it, right?
Yeah.
But he has it.
There you go.
Interesting. So
He's
we
been
lost.
drawing the all red hands for too long.
Yeah,
Now he's getting all the blues.
We lost our potion. So
I certainly hope he has a blue in hand and he pitches it and just Kodachis twice here.
The issue is that now the Kano player knows he doesn't really need to block, to be honest with you. Just because there's no threat of Razor, which I think he was playing around earlier.
yeah, he's been playing around that for a while.
I'd like to gamble that the Kano player doesn't have the blues to just start ripping cards off the top anyways.
Yeah, I'd be gambling too.
Oh well, you guys would be
There's the
losing
blue
that.
to start ripping off the top, and we would be wrong.
Yep. That's why I don't go to Vegas.
All right, see
So
if you
why
can
did
find another spell.
Why didn't FAB Tuileries draw back up?
Because he's doing it as end step.
Oh, I see.
In response, snapback? Or. Yep. Right? Has to be.
Snap back for 2 or is it going to be for 4?
Yeah, that's the question, right? It's 2 or 4. Snapback in response. Gaze Ages will come back. There we go, for 4. So that's not good.
Yeah.
So FAB is probably dead. He could go
I'd
to 1
imagine
here,
so.
but we're going to resolve an opt and then have a blue in hand and 1 floating. Okay, we go to 1.
Yeah, go to 1.
Opt to see any card on top that you can just use with the 1 floating and you just win.
Yep. And then Gaze will come back to the hand as well.
Could be a couple riftings though, you don't know.
Couple ravenous rabble.
Yeah. Or it's the lessons in lava that we've been looking for a while.
It's true.
There we go.
The
We
singleton
haven't
lessons.
seen him. He is getting close to the end of his deck, but he keeps them both on
And
top and rips
Foreboding
the
bolt is enough.
Foreboding bolt. Yep. Deal 1 arcane damage, opt 1, and then
Got him.
extend
And
the
that is it.
handshake. Yeah.
That was
There
not
you
the
go.
finals. That was the first match of top 8. But we have a GTL Kano progressing, and maybe we'll see a mirror. So, looks like most of our other matches are finished, so quickly going to shout out Deck Edge. That's our sponsor. Check out his Patreon if you can. He sells close to MSRP if you're able to get in, and he opens spots specifically for viewers and players of FAB Gauntlet. But with that, we're going to take a quick break and then head into this, the semifinals? Yeah,
Yep.
the semifinals. All right, be right back. Alright, welcome back to round 4. We got another GTL Kano, and this time it's against another Canadian on Ira, but that's going to be in the form of Nia. Once again, we are joined by last week's calling champion, Mike C. Mike, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me again.
So, Dante and Mike, this is your boy. This is the Canadian. I think this is the last Canadian left in the tournament.
I think this one's going to go a little better for
You think
Nia.
so?
Nia has the most aggressive playstyle out of anybody I've ever met in my entire life. And I think that's the way to beat this deck, like Mike said in the last round. So I think that Nia will have a bit of an easier time against it. And look at that. He's running the Snapdragons. Oh, my. He knows. Okay, never mind. I was going to say he's going nuts with the no null rune.
Oh, yeah.
Of the Zephyr Needle. Okay, all right. That's
There we go.
interesting. I don't know if he knows about the sync belows then, or he's hoping that his opponent doesn't get him.
You just let him break it, right? Like, that's been the idea before when they used to run that stuff. It's just, you're gonna. I mean, it's like the idea when we ran Needle into Tall Warrior. It's like, yeah, they rip it, but by that. And Ira can still do so much of what Ira wants to do without Needle, like Command and Conquer for 7, Torrent Tempos, these flying kicks, all this stuff. So it's not devastating, obviously not great, but if you can rip a few cards, gain tempo with that Needle, if it breaks in the later game, you're fine with that.
Yeah,
I
guess
agree with that.
I feel like, I don't know. I wouldn't run it, but I guess Nia's the master here since he's in the top 4 of the Gauntlet.
Yeah, but you've also seen the GTL Kano. You're telling me you're going to sit in front of Kano and run double Kadachi in 2021? You're going to do that?
No, yeah, you're right. I always just assume that my opponent's going to turn one sync below me or whatever, so.
Alright, so we do see Lessons in Lava. What do we fetch off of that? Probably a Zap.
Zapparoonie.
Zap or Scalding Rain.
Zap it up. Ooh, pitches 2.
There's that Exude Confidence. A new card out of Monarch.
Confidence and a Flick Flack, so.
On a typical Kano deck, you'd be really excited right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, he took 2 damage.
The possibilities would be endless.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, this guy's got a full red grip.
You grab that.
On this one, it might be a little different.
I really wish that he was like angling this a little bit lower so I could see his entire deck.
Yeah,
And just get the full GTL experience.
You want a net deck yet? Skirmish season's coming, and you're ready, huh?
I told you, bro. I baked up one of these lists a few months ago.
I think I might switch my deck to this, just straight up.
Fresh out of the oven.
Why play anything else?
It's just better. It's simply better.
We do find that Scalding Rain. So
Scalding Rain for 4.
A bit for Nia to deal with.
Blue in hand?
Yeah, sandbag. No.
Oh, goodness gracious. What is he holding on to?
The most aggressive player, you said?
Yeah, I guess it stands true here. He
I'm
has
gonna
2
guess.
cards he really likes.
I'm going to guess one of them's a Scar for Scar.
I think so, too. I think he's going to Scar first.
Well, we will be confirmed. No.
Oh, no.
Doesn't need
Okay,
to.
all right.
Oh, he does need a Scar first.
Yeah, he
It's
would
not
need
a
to Scar
Scar.
first because it's they beat even life. Watch this.
Worst case
Sink
scenario, Sink
below.
comes
Straight,
right now.
straight out of the hand, sink below. Watch. I'm telling you right now. He's acting like he doesn't have it. He's like flicking the cards a little bit. He's like, oh man, what am I gonna block with? And then it's gonna go, oh, I guess the sink below. I'm telling you, I've had so many people do this to me.
Is he holding reactions on a Razor? Okay, so Sink Below would have been bad.
Yeah, sink below would not have worked there.
Oh!
He does have the sink below. That's what I'm saying.
Since he showed the Razor first, did you just keep the Sink for next
Yeah,
time?
I'm
I would've
confused
kept
though.
the sink. Yeah,
Wait,
I thought he would have played the sink first, break the needle, and then it gets razored and Nia saves himself. But as I said, boys, sandbag
So
and the
he-
sink in hand. Okay, I
He
want to
was-
say that I called it. I'm on stream.
Yeah, he was gonna play the Sink. He was just said he just asked if Nia had any reactions, and Nia played out the Razor Reflex. In his
But do you
reaction
wait
set.
in that case, though?
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah, I think so too.
but
Just
maybe not.
Arsenal
Maybe it's
keep it
just
for
too
next
much damage.
Hey, so
Demos, you're on stream, by the way.
Hello.
Hello.
It comes to a very specific.
Oh, I'm muting him. They're judge calling. Okay, that's what's
Oh,
happening.
I see.
Yeah.
What's the question here? Whether it breaks the needle or
Whether
not?
it breaks the needle or not.
It definitely doesn't.
Yeah.
So is he thinking because he played it in response to the Razor Reflex, that before the Razor Reflex, nice dial up, yeah. But because he plays it in response to the Razor Reflex, that it breaks before the Razor resolves. I think that's the question, right?
I believe so. That's what I would assume. I think it does break, if I'm not mistaken, for the same reason that
Oh yeah, the armor, right?
if you, for the same reason that if you like husk it for example, it would break. You know what I mean? There's that very specific ruling on the husk if you razor after block with the
Mike,
husk.
did you hear the ruling? Because I muted Demos, but
I
muted him
couldn't
too.
hear exactly what he said, but the husk that's a different case because
yeah, that's the
the husk
armor.
is
Yeah.
not a
There's
defense
no
track.
priority
Yeah.
step. You're right.
No, you're right.
Demos, you're in, okay. Yeah, you're in. Yeah, Demos says it will break. Okay, so that was correct then. So he actually outplayed all of us then.
And there you go. Like I said, this is why you don't run the needle, because your opponent always has it turn one, no matter what.
Brutal.
No matter what. You think you got them, they always got it.
It's a good thing to
Every
note,
single
though,
time.
that I actually may have made the mistake of not doing myself, is that you should never play the Sync Blow without making them pass attack reactions. Because, yeah. By him, yeah, he could have held it and baited out the Sync, but he didn't. And because he did that, it got broken. I actually didn't know about that. Like, I mean, it's not like, I mean, it makes sense now, but I probably wouldn't have sequenced it that way. So, actually,
Yeah.
I mean, I learned something there.
I'm telling you, boys, they always have the sync below.
Ooh, little zappy for 3.
That's like every game in a row. Scar into Zap. Nice little combo. I like it.
Yeah.
I want to see the looping Cadaver's contraband on grabbing the Aether Flare. That was pretty funny.
And we'll see. Nia does have quite a few combo extenders, as we know. He's got the leg taps. He's got the Scar for Scars. I didn't see any Life for Lives when we did spectate him earlier in the tournament, so I don't know if he's running those, but we do know that the Scar for Scars are here, so...
Yeah, he has a full grip, so hopefully he can put the pressure on right now.
Yeah, exactly. He still does have the boots up as well if he does need to give something go again. So we'll see what he chooses to play. He opted not to block, so my assumption would
7.
be that he's going to be playing out the
Boots
entire
turn,
hand.
right? This is Boots, right? For sure.
For
Yeah,
sure.
I would think so. I can't
Hopefully a
imagine
flying
that
kick
no
or
boots get
CNC
played
in
here.
Arsenal.
Yeah, CNC would be nice, I think. Flying kick as well. I mean, just pushing the damage here.
Yeah, a lot of the cards in this Kano deck block for 2 as well, so...
Yep.
He has the helmet up, so...
Oh, true. I forgot about the helmet. Well, the helmet's only blocking for 1 right now. He is on higher life. Keep that in mind.
Down to 6, so
And
yeah.
now the helmet's life,
Utilizing the helmet and that. Ooh, okay.
yeah. Hurricane technique for 4.
Underwhelming, but
You might have that sigil in hand. It's gonna arsenal it and
it'd be
sandbag
nice.
it like Mr.
Yeah,
Fox.
another sigil sandbag. Be good.
Yeah.
Do a lot of these Ira lists not? Because you said his Ira list is aggressive, but is running sigil. What's the idea behind that? Is it just to increase the?
I think it's just to help out with the Kano matchup, to be honest with you.
I think when he says aggressive, we're talking more like just having Scar for a Scar and things like that in there. Not typically like a regular Ira card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he's running, what is it? Head jabs, I think? Or is it rising knee thrusts? I can't remember, but it's a red something that's not standard at all.
There's a red rising knee for
yeah,
sure
rising
in there.
knee.
Yeah. 2 red rising knees in there.
Exudes.
Okay, we're Kanoing.
Yeah, confidence. Yeah, we're Kanoing here. We'll see what he hits off the top. Looks like nothing.
Nice
You
little,
see,
nice
that's
little attack
what I
action.
expect.
Yeah, that's what I would usually think is gonna be happening.
I mean, if I played this deck, I would just be seeing the attack action every time I Kano'd, so.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know. Dante tells
And
me you're
you-
pretty lucky.
Listen, Dante says that. Well, never mind, forget it. Nothing nice to say.
It's true. Hey, listen. Mike has beat me plenty of times on Kano because he's a luck sack, but I've also
Oh,
beaten
God.
him because I'm a luck sack. So I mean, it is what it is. That's just the matchup, right?
We got a Voltic, a blue
All
one coming
skill.
in here.
Yeah, blue Voltic for 4. Nothing on the top, so he's just gonna eat it up. The issue is that those boots are still up, but if he's sandbagging that sigil, it might not be.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think he's sandbagging it, because who goes to 3 versus Kano? I mean, even if it's GTL Kano, it's like, oh, 3 is just tough.
Yeah, with the boots up, it's not the place you want to be. Ooh, and the
Oh.
scarf for a
That's what it was.
scar! Oh, he's so happy.
Yeah.
He's
I like
loving
that.
this right now.
Good choice.
The best day of his life, yeah. Let's go down to 3 and make my scar active. Sure.
It's regretting
Coming in for
pumping with
lethal
that
too, by the
Crucible there.
way. So it might
Yeah.
be float a resource, block with the tunics, level
Ma-
1.
Imagine how much more scary it would be if he had talismanic lens here.
Oh, if this is a regular Kano build.
Oh yeah, but
feel
like
the game
yeah, of
is
course
over.
regular Kano. But
Oh,
even,
yeah.
even in this Kano build, if you're running talismanic lens here, it's like at 3 it's tough. But we do assume that our player is on. Oh, we're gonna
Oh, he's
full
blocking
block.
all. Oh, he's blocking 3. Okay.
3.
okay.
Turn
Going
off that
down
next,
to-
next scar in his hand, probably.
Yeah, going down to 3 here, and then
3 versus 4 is 7.
yeah, and then that way he is not dying to the Kadachi for 2. But if you raise,
Yeah, I
your
was gonna
reflex-
say he wasn't even playing around the because like we've seen Manton play around the razor like every single time, and I figured that this block was to play around the razor again because he like
Yeah.
very very conservatively played around razor in the previous matches we watched,
Mhm.
but he played it with the block 2 here. He like played
You
it
might have
in,
seen the early Razor come out of Nia, so he didn't expect it, maybe.
Hmm.
That's the only thing that I can think of. But you're right. He
He
has
doesn't have
been
the
playing
sync,
around
guess he just
Razor
go
a
for
lot.
it.
Yeah, he does have
Yeah,
to go
see-
for it if he doesn't have the sync.
This is the classic right here. You tap the cards, and then you just play a sync below from your arsenal. And you're like, oh. I was thinking about what to block with. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
no.
no, we're going for it. Rip
That's
off
an
the
if
top.
that's an
What we
attack.
got?
Oh man,
A
if that
Gaze the Ages.
as soon as we hit attack action, it's just over. Like, we do have
Keep in mind,
boost.
Nia still has 2 resources that he can use to block with, as well as a card in hand, which may or may not be a blue.
If he finds the Voltic, it's done. Is there's still a red Voltic in the
Uh,
deck, right?
Unless Nia's got a.
Oh,
if he can
yeah.
block 3 and he's got a sigil in his arsenal,
Yeah.
I mean,
You're correct,
might not
sir.
be done. Might not be done as you think.
I forgot we had the read that was a red sigil.
I guess we can assume he doesn't have a snapback in hand because he would just play the gaze and snapback.
Yep. Which he may do? No. Okay, so he's going to instant speed.
Chain
Alright.
lessons.
Yeah. So he should have
Is this our
Crucible
Mhm.
into a Scalding Rain. My guess, Scalding Rain.
Yep,
Yep.
Good guess for 5.
for 5.
I'm learning this deck pretty quick.
Okay, it's for 6. Because he's metacarpusing nodes in response. Ha! Ha!
Gain 3.
We
Just as we said.
had the read.
Yes, sir.
Is that a taco blanket? I think it is.
It is a taco blanket. It is a
Amazing.
burrito blanket, I believe that's what it's called.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember my first game against Nia, he showed it to me, and I was like, wow, nice. I like that. So there's a Scalding Rain, and now it's just a matter of how well can we rip off the top.
So technically, I mean, he could play this in response to the scalding rain, or sorry, to the sigil of Saws. But but Nia has not blocked.
Play what in response?
Did he opt from the gaze?
Did he off from the gaze? Yes, he did. He double bottomed.
Oh, you love
Yeah.
to see that.
As Nia for sure.
Okay, so
course.
no Metacarpus note.
I definitely don't think I'm taking 5 damage here, so he's gonna block the full amount, or he's gonna block 3. Sorry. Take
Yep.
2.
Block 3, take 2, down to 4.
Oh boy, 2 blues in
Then it
hand.
becomes
Does he have anything
Wait.
floating right now?
Nope.
pitch the gaze.
Oh, he's just
rip off
praying.
the top. Oh, it's a blue Aether Flare.
What
Now
could
it's
you
gonna
hit?
do it.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing. 1 damage.
Yeah,
Nia
1
wins.
damage. Nia wins. Shake that hand, and we got a Canadian in the finals. Let's
We got
go.
a Canadian in the finals, huh?
Let's
Yep.
go.
2 Canadian commentators and Canadian in the finals, and we do have Ira progressing. Might be an Ira
No
mirror.
bias here.
Yeah, no bias here, right?
He's only our good friend.
Yeah, the Gauntlet is literally getting taken over by Canadians. But anyway, it was interesting to see GTL Kano get as far as it got. The other one on top 8 did lose, it looks like. So we're gonna have either
The other one
Ira,
on top 8 lost to Nia too, actually, funny enough.
yeah, Ira versus Rana, or Ira versus Ira. So the classic matchup everybody likes to see, the Ira v Ira, potentially on the menu. With that, we're gonna shout out Deck Edge, our sponsor since literally week 1. Put up the prizes for these players. He's got a Patreon. Sells it near MSRP for Fish Edition product. Oh, you potato Nia! Give me 1 sec.
Oh man.
Gosh, this
Don't say it.
You were in the middle of your spiel.
Anyway, yeah, does sell close to sell close to MSRP on that First Edition product. If you're able to get into the Patreon, he does open them just for viewers of Gauntlet and players. So hit him up with a DM, ask if you can get in, and maybe you'll sneak in a spot before Kingdoms. We're gonna take a quick break before the finals, and I'm gonna go chastise Nia, and be right back.
How do you figure?
Welcome to the finals of Week 10. Biggest event we ever had, 60 players, just about. And to cast this game, we are joined by Mike C. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, Mike, our champion from last week. Maybe not this week, but he's here to cast, and so is Dante. And we do have a Canadian in the final, so they do have a proxy. That is going to be Nia on the Ira against, what is this? Amran. Amran has actually won before.
Yep. So we got a previous calling champion versus a.
Calling?
Has he ever been in the
Jesus.
finals? Or not a calling champion, a Gauntlet champion. My bad. Giving a little too much credit here. Mike, you're a calling champion, right?
Yeah, I've won a few. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
I'll make sure. I'm calling it right here.
Not
Yeah.
sure why they're rolling dice.
Yeah, they do get to choose based on seeding, and I believe that Nia was the higher seed. So the fact that he's going first here is a bit of a disadvantage for him, especially in the Ira mirror. But if they're rolling, they're rolling. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, interesting to see an Iron Mirror at this stage of Gauntlet in season 2. I think we'll see it a lot in the early weeks, but I really expect Shane to kind of burst on the scene if there's a lot of Iris hanging around.
Yeah, like I said, the issue with Chain is that if there's a lot of Kanos, you're feeling pretty bad about yourself. But I think Chain would have been the perfect deck to. play
Oh,
this
that's a
card.
turn 0.
There were,
Boots.
yeah, dude, he loves doing that.
Oh, and he does. He is going to get his 4 damage, I
Yes,
think.
sir.
No way. It worked.
What?
What is in his hand that he wouldn't block with? Is it just a sigil? Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Yep. Well, we're starting the game fresh here.
Yeah.
It's Kano versus Ira,
Eh.
and I'll see what he's able to pull out here. Never in my life did I think I'd see a Boots turn 1, but
Effective
looks like
boost
it worked
turns
out
as
here.
well.
Yeah.
Starting on 15. I mean, even if you go first, starting on 15 is not ideal for the other Ira
Yep.
player.
Breaking skills right away. He's probably just gonna take all this damage.
We're going to see a counter Boots here.
Maybe block with his mask or something like that, so he can keep as many cards in his hand as possible.
Takes
Nope,
the
he'll
5.
Take it.
Oh, this is an aggressive match.
Yeah, calling the opponent's bluff here, saying, "Show me another big attack."
And then E-Strike. Nope. Oh!
Rain dance for 1. He
Yeah.
knows. He
Called
knows.
the
He said,
bluff.
"You're a huge bluffer."
And he blocks that
Blocks
one.
that?
What?
I think he,
What?
just wants to, he doesn't want to let him snap dragons
Yeah.
and get a mass trigger, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, man. That's
I'm
crazy.
actually shocked that that's what was blocked. I guess there's no way that the Red Rising knee is getting used. That's the only thing that I can think of.
All right.
Yeah.
Scar for
Yeah,
Scar.
first
Go
one there.
again. 5 with go again. Nia
Well, he's
sitting,
taking the damage. Why not?
sitting comfortable in his burrito blanket. Oh, we got a flick flack. That's
5
pretty
block.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. Another
Come with the
Kadachi.
Kadachi for 1. Yeah. Sneak in the damage and then just arsenal that last card. No need to waste it after the flick flack comes. Ooh.
Oh. Man,
Never
just
mind.
playing right into that flick flack.
Yeah, you just go hard on the soul beat. Okay.
Man, if Tiny Guy doesn't, or so not Tiny Guy, but Amran doesn't have a combo card, this man has been so unlucky. It's ridiculous.
And it looks like he doesn't.
Yeah. What's crazy is that I favor Amran in this position just because the boots.
Yep.
Like
I
it
do
was
too.
the life difference was big, but
I don't favor him anymore though. If you have to pitch a flick flack to play Command and Conquer,
he had triple flick
that
flack.
is
Yeah.
just depressing. Yeah, Nia's only gonna block 3 here because he probably has 2 blues in hand that he doesn't need. Tunic goes up to Tunic ticks up here as well, so he has that resource to use.
Okay. Doesn't
And-
remember.
Yeah, well,
There you go.
we'll see.
Did we see the flying kick? Or
Could very
was
easily
there
be
a
the flying kick and then Arsenal, whatever the last card is. Block with the
Mask block.
mask. Okay. He likes his hand. Oh, light tap for 5.
The way he laid out that card, I thought it was a razor. Parked it right in front of the. Okay, springboard. Quite
Or,
defensive.
sorry. Yeah, leg tap for 4. My bad.
Yep. Get springboarded. Mask is gone. We do still have boots for the side of Aimran here. He decided to keep 4 cards in hand, so I assume that we see boots this turn. Maybe not. I think if I remember correctly from his previous games, he does tend to use it only on the kill turn. Ooh, there's push the point. This is a perfect boots target though. Representing lethal
So,
just
yeah.
off of this.
If you're using those boots,
Does Nia
I
play
wonder if he
this
responded
correctly?
to the flick flack. Yeah,
Yep.
got that combo card in hand. Whatever's coming in next is doing literally nothing. You can take that Kadachi all day
Wow.
long.
And he
Um,
there's no way you boots into if he plays that and holds the trigger and gets +4, there's no way you play boots into that, right? You just pass. So I'm assuming Nia didn't play it like that. But it is just a pounding gale.
Pounding gale for 5. Yeah, nothing crazy. Hopefully he has a combo card to block with. It looks like he does.
Arsenal
so we'll get rid of
pass.
that Rushing River and call it a day.
I feel like that wasn't the most powerful use of boots.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
I
When you see a double flick flack come out, you just save the boots, I think.
when they don't use their because I'm assuming that Nia didn't play the flick flack like with holding the trigger. So the fact that he didn't play the that Aimran didn't pop the
Wow,
breaking-
this Ira deck is super defensive. I
Yeah.
can't believe all the defense reactions I'm seeing.
but why would Aimran not pop the breaking skills there and come over for 1? Like when are you gonna have a better target?
Yeah, once the boots are gone, you don't really need to keep the breaking skills up. You're kind of just chipping in damage with them.
In most situations, yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, there's no mask, right? So it's not like you're getting any hit triggers.
Yeah, unless he's gonna set up some sort of like Soul Bead, Crane Dance, Find Center combo, but the Soul Bead
Nah.
has to hit, so
Yeah.
I don't think that's happening.
The old Heron's flight.
Yeah.
You still running that, Dante? The 1-0.
No.
You keep getting on it and then coming off it.
Well, I was on it back when the deck was actually defensive, but you never get to the point where after you pitch it, you see it ever again in the current
These-
Blitz format.
Irish just go face.
So I'd rather just have something that attacks for more, basically.
So we got a leg tap for 5, and there's Nia's mask.
Yep.
How do you feel about the Iron Mirror after the drone ban?
Well, when you're playing against a really defensive deck like this, usually the more aggressive deck tends to win, to be honest with you. I think right now Nia's in a losing position just because he's taken a lot of unnecessary damage and maybe broke those boots a little early, to be honest with you. He was also the higher seed and went first, so it's just a bunch of non-ideal situations for him.
There's a
But
soul
yeah,
beam.
in my experience, the more aggressive Ira deck usually beats the
Tunic block.
less aggressive Ira deck.
Yep.
Just because it can't put out quite as much damage as like the more aggressive deck can, basically.
Yes, we got pretty much all of Nia's armor there, or we literally did get all of his armor. Okay, Sigil Assault out of Arsenal goes up to 9. Life totals are sort of equalized, so you did talk about that life differential there.
Mhm.
But okay, so
Another
now Nia's
Sigil.
on 12, and then he
Arsenal, yeah.
but leaves the opposing Ira player the full grip.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
hopefully Nia
be-
Arsenal something like a flick flack. That would be
Yep,
super helpful here.
but he's gonna need something like an E strike, right, to make this chain big, since he doesn't have boots.
Yep.
Or like Razor or something impactful like that. There's the Exude Confidence, doing
Do
what
you
it.
block the second Kadachi with no mask up?
Well,
Depends on, you might want to be taking the third attack here, just so you can swing the momentum, especially if he doesn't have
it
much.
is-
But it is an E strike.
surely this will be go again. I assume. 2 cards in
He has
hand.
2 cards in hand, so I'm guessing 5 go again, and then
There we go.
pitch
Block for
and-
5. We lose the Razor. 1 card in hand. Yep.
pitch and then flying kick.
Oh,
Life for life.
that one
Yeah,
hurts.
That is sucky, as they say.
Oh, and he's on 10 as
Not
well.
what you want to be seeing. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Nice little 2-life swing there.
Which is huge in this matchup.
Oh, for sure. Especially with both sigils gone for Nia. I'm assuming that's forget the player's name, but the other
Aimran.
Iron player.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aimran is running 2 sigils as well, just seeing how defensive his deck is.
What do you think about the sigil sauce in the current Ira mirror? Do you think the Ira with the sigil has the upper hand or no?
No, I think that sigil kind of bricks your good hands. Like if you have a like a 4 or 5 card hand that you want to play out.
Razor.
Ooh, Nia doing the old. Maybe I don't take that. Yay, flick flack this. But yeah, if you want like a 4 or 5 card hand that you want to play out and you have a sigil in your hand instead, it's just super like not ideal for you. It's just a card in your hand that's not doing anything. Hey Mike, are you still with us?
I'm still here. Sorry, you're the Ira master. I just figured I'll let you.
Oh no, I didn't
wax
know if you
lyrically
were
over this.
mesmerized. I just checked if I muted you because I haven't heard your voice in so long.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
It's late. I'm a boomer, and
Yeah, that's, not incorrect. So it
Yeah.
makes sense actually.
Mike's dozing off in his lazy boy over there.
oh my goodness,
Yeah.
I gotta work in a few hours, boys.
We'll see.
Sigil
Ooh, like with
hand.
the E-Strike CNC. Ugh.
Tower number 9 says, you hoping to see cool Mon decks instead of Ira versus Ira. Well, Tower, maybe you should play. But actually, I do think that Shane is probably favorable versus Ira. Actually, I certainly think he is at this point. The Ira decks are definitely going to have to adjust to consistently beat Shane. So we just didn't have any Shane enter today. Oddly enough.
I would love to play Chain. I just don't have the cards.
You'll get them though.
I made the foolish decision of buying Bolton cards, and now I'm stuck on those.
He's not looking so good. He was looking good at the start, but he's not looking so good now.
You know what? I think in CC he'll be pretty good.
A little card hungry in Blitz specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little need to avoid Kano and Viscerai OTK apparently.
Very strong in CC, but non Blitz. We agree. Yeah, we agree with you, Tower. I think that every hero is strong in CC though, except for Azalea.
Oh, those poor Azalea players.
It's not even a jab, dude. I just actually think there's like fundamental issues with the class cards.
It's just the truth. I agree.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't he not running Flick Flax? Like I haven't.
Yeah,
seen any
I got
of that.
distracted by us making fun of Mike for being a boomer, but Nia's down at 4.
Oh, there's the red Flick Flack. Okay, there we go. Yep. Breaking scales, sneak
Oh
some
my
extra
goodness.
damage in.
Oh, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Counter 2 balances. Brendan has changed his tune on the Shane matchup in the Kano and Ira today. I see. Yeah, I think that Kano might be favored versus Shane. Weird.
I've done some testing Kano versus Chain, and I can tell you right now,
Wonder why.
Kano does not lose that matchup.
Yep.
It's,
You know what, Hayden? I'll give you some tips. I've been practicing a lot, and then you just rip the stir fork off the top and just 17 damage.
easy.
Demos has a point there. What's gonna happen when Azalea read in the ledger some Chain in a big tournament?
Dude, yeah, Red in the Ledger. Red in the Ledger is like Red in the Ledger's good, but you know what's better than Red in the Ledger in my opinion? Spinal with Dominate.
Yeah.
Good counterpoint.
And Shane deals with that no problem. He doesn't take it, but I mean you have Husk. There's so many things you can do. But maybe Azalea is the Corrupting Knight. It's the classic Azalea trope. Is they just go, every time there's a new hero, Sleep Dart would be pretty good.
That is the classic.
Tower says, Red in the Ledger with Dominate? Okay, I'll Husk.
It's so true.
It's so true, man. Oh man, this flying
Ooh,
kick is
that's-
brutal. Rips the whole hand.
It's tough.
Nia's
Get
at
the entire
1.
hand.
Yeah, rips the whole entire hand, and oof. If Nia has a
Unless there's a red flick flag in there or something like that.
true. I haven't been keeping track of the flick flags.
I've only seen one played so far, one of the red ones.
Mm.
But it looks like he's drawn into all his flick flags now, unfortunately, which when you're basically dead, that's not the time when you want to be drawn into the flick flags. You definitely want them early so that you can get
So-
some tempo back.
Okay, yeah. So he was able to keep 2 cards there. Because flick flack and Arsenal got it.
Yep.
There's an E-strike for 7. That's not nothing. So that's
Yeah, it is lethal, but you can also just throw your tunic in front of it. And then
you could
keep
if
all
you
the
had
cards in
if
hand.
you had for sure lethal on a 4-card hand, they use toss your
Yeah.
tunic.
He doesn't have boots though, so it might not be for sure lethal on a 4-card hand. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, just
But if he has
imagine
anything
if this
with
was
Void, then it
imagine if this was sleep dart. We have a double flick flack block. Wow,
Yeah.
I love that meme. So Dante, you're the Ira player. POV, you're on 1 health. Your opponent's on 6. How do you
I
feel?
scoop.
Yeah, scoop. It's not
He
good.
scoops. He's not.
I know for a
trolling, he
fact.
actually
I know
scoops.
for a fact I'm not winning this game. If I'm not on stream, I scoop. If I'm on stream, I do the commentators a favor and I scoop.
No, you do us a favor. The game ends and then you immediately leave the channel because
Yeah,
there
I
we
would
go.
do that,
That's
actually.
game.
Yeah,
So-
that's game.
Canada's pride and joy doesn't make it. We have a Aimran champion once again. So 2-time champion out of Aimran. I think that's our only 2x champion outside of Tower Number 9, of course. I think it's like a 5x champion. So big congratulations to him. Wasn't back to back. I think he was the week before last week. Ira both times, so congratulations. Really showing his prowess on this deck. Awesome to see him play. And congratulations on the win. Canada, maybe next time. Oh my
Mike's,
god,
listen,
that
Mike's,
was neat.
Mike's coming in hot next week, and he's not bringing Bolton, so it
I
won't
will
be.
never
it won't
play
be a
Bolton
freebie.
again.
It won't be a freebie for his opponent. I'm sorry I made you play that this week, man. I apologize.
So what? Yeah, Nia turned off his camera to me, but he's still in the channel. I'll go ahead and meme. Yeah, so awesome. We had a really cool event today. We had almost 60 players, which is crazy. 6 rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 8. We had 2 GTL Kanos in top 8. Like, crazy again. Just an awesome event. Big shout out to Decketch for helping us put it on, providing prizes to these players. If you're able to, check out his Patreon and get in, you can get first edition product and almost MSRP. It's super competitive, but he opens slots just for viewers and players of FAB Gauntlet. So flick him a message, tell him you're coming from the Gauntlet, and maybe you'll be able to get in before Kingdoms. But with that, just want to thank you again, Mike. Thank you for joining us for Top 8. I know you're tired. You got to wake up, get out of bed, go to the chiropractor tomorrow. But, appreciate you casting with us.
I appreciate you having me
and
and
Dante,
trusting me.
and trusting you.
Thanks for coming, buddy.
Yeah, and Dante, thanks again. But with that, we will conclude FAB Gauntlet Week 10, and we'll see you next week for number 11. Thanks.